Hey everyone, good to see everyone here. I'm just getting my last chat window popped out and put where I can see it, and opening vocalics, and receiver. Listen for oncoming transmissions. I do still need to paste in the ports. Oh, that's not the right one. Okay. Okay, it's connecting. Ready to receive. Okay. So we have a couple good mornings. I'm going to put the microphone here in the way for a second so I can read. Morning, Doc and Robert. Garrett's going to be joining us eventually, right, Robert?
No, sir.
Not today, huh?
No.
Okay.
No, he's trying to get caught up on some writing, as usual.
Okay. Grogs just wanted to say thanks for the videos. Recently started playing. Videos helped a lot. Sparked my own ideas. That's great. Alexa's here. Fretable. Okay. I bought my girlfriend Satisfactory. I have over 1,000 hours myself in teaching her. Your quick tips are perfect for beginners and are really helpful. Good job. Good job. Chinko, FYI, Doc, all items are complete for the phase to be completed. Just need to go over to the plates factory, pick it up. Okay. Wow.
I have to note that whoever it is that built the roads here, you're driving on the wrong side of the road. A rump.
Remember, the rebellious Americans drove on the right side of the road, contrary to the Brits and them that drive on the left.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I don't know what more to say about that. Okay.
We're right and they're wrong, obviously.
Is the factory card finished yet? I think she meant factory cart. Well,
let's talk about that then.
Let's bring it over. No, the factory cart is not finished yet. It is in this state of finished. Its front bumper thing fell off. Not. I need to make sure. I need to figure out where this went back on. Oh, yes, it went under there. Okay, that's where that went.
No,
okay.
Chico, you did a great job with the trucks.
So there's the factory cart from the
Kickstarter.
Yeah, what?
From the Kickstarter.
Kickstarter. Robert just posted the Kickstarter address in chat. So now it is live. So that is a good thing. It's live now. So hopefully everybody can go over there, and if you want some of their goodies, you can support them with a Kickstarter. The Kickstarter is a Satisfactory Kickstarter in particular. Okay, so that's good.
Yeah, with a whole bunch of other goodies and stuff.
Yep, a lot of other goodies. Okay, CPA Kevin, happy Monday. And Nighthawk Gaming, morning Doc, how's everything going? Well, I'm trying to survive falling 5 trees and bucking them and hauling out all of the logs from those 5 trees. Now, I did have one other adult help. Just a second here. Trying to get eyes on
Mittens.
Trying to get eyes on Mittens and I can't quite see her. I can hear her. Oh, she's over behind me. That's why. So, Mittens is still with us, but she's not doing well. So, okay, and Calbretto says hi, Doc. Calabretto says hi, Doc. Jojo20 says hi. And Gloomy Cookie. Now, who is Gloomy Cookie again?
Gloomy was with us early on when we first started streaming.
Yeah.
And then had to move and kind of disappeared for a bit.
Okay.
And, went and raided us just a few days ago. But,
That's right. This is one reason I watch you, Doc. I would have already bitten somebody today without your calm presence. So, are you a cat?
They do approvals for architectural drawings or something. Engineering drawings.
Oh dear, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. You have that challenging job of approving things like that. Peacekeeper says hello. All right. Well, good. We got a good crowd here. It's 28 total people on Twitch and YouTube. Now, we've already gotten 2 more followers today. Thank you very much. I don't know that they're watching right now, but appreciate you following us. We are at 1,298 followers, so fast approaching 1,300. Probably hit 1,300 before the stream is over. So that's way cool. And so we're it's been really good. 21 viewers on YouTube. I show 18 at the moment, but mine might be lagging just a little bit.
Yeah, it fluctuates.
Yep, it does. It does fluctuate. So, all right. So today I am going to
Oh my.
go to Server Manager, and we're going to enjoy gaming together again today. There are 3 current players already on, and I'll join them. Robert, are you one of those 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Along with I think JoJo and I don't see who the other person is.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm going to go off camera
Alexa,
just a
of course.
moment to move the factory cart. Okay.
Okay. The factory card is talks putting each other is a bit delicate. We're hoping, at least I'm hoping that it kind of firms up a bit when it's finished. But as I was bringing it over this morning, my nephew immediately said, "What's that?" Poke, and a piece falls off.
Yeah, we've been trying to keep the stuff out of his reach. So we got a pile of junk in the middle of here, and that junk I suppose is all the things I need to do the next tier. So I'll pick it all up and then take a look and see what we need.
Okay. So Peacekeeper asks, "How do you join?" Well, this is a member server. If you become a member on YouTube or a
I
subscriber
can't hear
on
you hardly,
Twitch,
Robert.
um,
Is there a volume issue?
I have I have it right in front of my mouth. It's showing up on you on.
Okay, then we're fine. I'll just listen to you over the thing.
Who knows? The cats have been all over my desk the last couple of days. Who knows what's been tweaked?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, if you want to join, yeah, mine.
All right, need a few more frames. Just need a few more frames, like 92. Okay, go ahead, Robert.
Can you talk again real quick?
I was just relating that Black Dog Grim has joined us for a first time chat with a kitty cat. Yeah, it looks like a kitty cat. I'm a cat lover.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, our volumes are just a little bit off. Apparently, it's a fox. It's a cute little animal.
Ah, it's a
Fox.
fox. Okay.
If you want to become a member, then if you do become a member, want to join us, you could join our Discord, which I'll link here in just a second. And as long as you have your YouTube or Twitch account linked on Discord, you'll automatically get all the information you need to join us.
All right. So the next tier is done, and we're hitting the button. And now we got logistics
Milestone
Mark
reached.
4.
The transportation of resources can reach with the mark.
Okay, so now we have okay, so logistics now we've got Mark 4 belts guys available. So we can transport faster now, and we got Mark 4 lifts now. So let me check and see. The next milestone is going to be fluid packaging. So we'll select that milestone, and I wish I could just put the stuff in here. I've got enough of that, and I've got enough to unlock the next milestone already in my bags. So we'll unlock tier 6, and then we'll have to do phase 3. Okay. So okay, tier 6. Okay,
Yeah,
all the tier
somebody
6.
did that. I was talking about doing that this morning.
Yeah, yeah. So all the tier 6 ones have enough materials here to finish. Yep. All the tier 5 ones have enough to finish. And the tier 6 ones have enough to finish?
Oh my.
Oh my.
Well, it looks like we can just keep things busy today. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my. Hey,
Wow.
cool.
Okay. Well, that's just blowing me away how much progress has been made while I've been away. So let's go over and plot the land that we need for the island. to start the, well, maybe what is this big structure over here?
Looks like they've already gotten started.
So is the Mega Factory already in process?
Looks like it. Yeah, so today, guys, this is our member server, and so yeah, we're just letting the members run wild, and we're just building the whole world with them. So this is gonna be a very fast playthrough with as many members as we have, and as good as talented as they are.
Alexander_Petrova said, Hi Doc Ada here due to your efficiency in unlocking everything outside of colors and ground patterns in the awesome store you're allowed extra doggo cuddles and a butterfinger.
Okay. Wow.
Attention, Fixit has granted you a single butterfinger consumption event. Please savor it responsibly. Additional units remain classified and inaccessible. Enjoy the illusion of freedom, it pairs well with chocolate.
That's okay.
It
Doc
pairs
will
well
eat this
with
Butterfinger for all of you.
Very fast playthrough. So, okay, so I'm on this little Caterium island here. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then we go up here to this, and we got a conveyor belt. Okay. Help me get... Oh, there's where it is. How do you jump all these islands?
I think I saw a couple of bridges that they built.
Now, do I have a... What do I have on my back? Yes, I have... But I... Yes, I do have fuel. So I should be able to... Don't have the best kind of fuel.
Says, this channel you got going, Doc, is such an awesome thing for you and your son to be able to share together. Winning as a dad, nothing beats being able to connect over something productive with your son, though.
Oh, we got a couple impure nodes there. Okay. I think I saw over here the big path that goes over to the... Okay, somebody's... There it is. Okay. Is there something more that we need to unlock in the awesome shop that you want to see? Or is everything unlocked already? Okay. Alright, I'm opening my Butterfinger here.
So, let me ask, who's doing the video edits for your intro? Asking because I've been playing around with video edits and made a Top Gear style intro last night. Huh, cool. I do all the edits for that. In fact, I've updated the intro and outro for the stream and have it up file from that location to actually use it yet. But yeah. Yeah, if you could post that in the Discord and, you know, one of the chatting forums and ping me, I'd like to see it. Or link the video you use it in. That'd be cool. Those sound alerts would be diabolical, Gloomy. I like it. Megalith is currently working on an upgrade to our text-to-speech program, so it'll be able to handle stuff like that too. So.
Outside of customizations, everything is unlocked, says Alexa.
That's crazy.
Okay. I need a big tower or something to know where the home base is. Where is the home base?
Well, I think you need to open up your map and disable a whole bunch of stuff that's on your compass there. Like, you should disable all the truck stations there. And the other big one is power towers.
Disable the truck stations. So I
There
hide
you go.
those. Hide the vehicles that are running around. Hopefully we don't have any dismantled crates.
You want to hide it on... You want to click the left button. The right button you can show on the map, but it's the left button that takes it off of the HUD.
Okay. So that
There
the
you
compass is what takes it off of the upper
Yeah.
thing. Okay, got it. Oh, somebody died. There's a death crate out there.
You can get rid of all those radar towers. Look at all that. They've taken power.
We need
everywhere.
the space elevator. Knowing where the
I wish you
players
could turn
are
off
is good.
offline players.
And map markers, concrete, caterium, cage fan.
You know what? We could leave those because that's what people have manually labeled stuff.
That's what
Okay.
they've made.
Now you should be able to look at your little HUD and find home base a little easier.
They're okay.
There you go.
Because we are ready to unlock.
Hey, Doc, is your mic in the right spot?
Yep, it is.
Yeah. We had cats or something which messed with all of our sounds because all of our sounds are really quiet right now.
All our sounds what?
All of our sounds are really quiet. I just pumped up our sounds by 5 decibels. We're maxed out on volume there. So I guess I'm going to
Okay.
turn up the main mix, which is going to raise
Well,
everything by a bit.
The thing, they could be laying on my. Let me just hit escape here. I need to get. I need to minimize. I can't minimize. Doggone it.
You could barely hear me too. Wow, and I am really that quiet. What is going on?
Yeah, I can't hardly hear you in my mic, and usually you blast my ear out almost.
Wow. Okay, I just turned myself up quite a bit. How about that?
That it's better in my ear.
Okay. Yeah, we have some cats trying to get comfortable, and they mess with some of our settings, it sounds like.
Okay.
I can tell from my side that our volume is lower than it's supposed to be.
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them.
Oh, be quiet. All right, so let's select the next milestone, and we'll go to tier 6. Do we want the trains first, folks? Trains and the blueprints?
Sure.
Let's do trains.
I think we have all the stuff for all of them, don't we?
Yeah, all of tier 6 supposedly is available.
6.2.
So let's see what's in the storage container here. All right, I need 500 of those.
Okay.
I need pipes at 1,000.
Hey, Whitestone, your channel popped up for me on YouTube. Been watching the last couple of Satisfactory episodes you put out. It's pretty cool stuff.
All right, and here's the motors. 3, 4, and 5. So I should have everything I need for the train technology. So I'll unlock the train technology so you can start replacing those truck routes with trains.
Okay.
Let's see what kind of train mess we can make, right?
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that would be right.
Oh, I do want to try something. Do we have the materials for it in the depot? People are gonna be upset if I just waste everything, right?
All right, just waiting for the cargo container to come back. We'll send it right back. Oh, the Fix-It Motivational Milestone Manager.
Never noticed that before.
No, I didn't either. That's crazy. Come on. Motivational Milestone Manager. 3 M's.
Okay, Cookie says, okay, Doc, serious question.
Okay.
I'm about to get the tech to finish phase 3, and I'm a little bit overwhelmed trying to get my ducks in a row. I'm overhauling steel and plan to have 900 steel ingots for output, but I'm uncertain where to go afterward.
Well, I would look at the tech tree that it takes to build the modular engine and the analytic. Can't quite get that thing there to complete phase 3. I would look at the tech tree and go start at the beginning of the tech tree and see how much production you have of all of the items that go into the modular engine and the analytic. I can't remember what the second word for this thing is.
I don't know.
I'm going to press O and see if
I'm no help on these things.
nope. Analytic is not the first word for that. Okay, so parts. Let's see if we can. We'll find it by picture. We'll go back to first grade and look at pictures to determine what it is.
I can't build anything. Am I just struggling? Anybody else having a hard time? Adaptive control unit.
Adaptive.
There we
Okay.
go.
I must not have the recipe for it yet, because it's not on our list. So we can't build the adaptive control unit probably until we get through some 6. Yes, thanks, Fretable. Appreciate that. There's another Easter egg. If you keep pressing the scan hard drive button with no hard drive in your inventory, have to press it like 50 times to unlock the Easter egg. Interesting. I hear a freighter coming back. Okay.
So we had a couple of questions about you. First, we had Peacekeeper asking, "What country are you from, Doc?"
I was born in San Diego, California, which is near the southern border with Mexico. Oh, I need to go get girders. I didn't get the girders. There's a bunch of girders here. Okay.
Are you continuing that story, or is that?
Okay. What was the story?
You just said you were born in San Diego.
Okay.
Trains are excellent for efficiently moving vast quantities of
Be quiet. I was born in San Diego with a father that was in the Navy. We then moved up to Fargo, North Dakota, where my dad finished college. I was just finishing kindergarten and going into first grade at that point. Moved from there to the Seattle area. Payback, buddy. Garrett is coming and stealing one of my monsters.
Only 3, and that's all you got left.
Yeah, well, that's all that's in the fridge, yeah. Oh, I need to tell Mom to get a case or two. Anyway.
Before.
Lived in an area called, in an area around Bremerton, Washington, where the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard was, where my dad had his first job out of college. He transferred from there to Keyport Naval Torpedo Station. You got to understand, there's a lot of naval installations in the Seattle and Bremerton area, and that whole Puget Sound area, because it's a huge, the Puget Sound is a huge deep water port, and it's inland by a couple hundred miles. So it's a really safe place for that kind of work to be done. So there's a lot of naval stations and deep sea ports, and Bremerton was the place that overhauled all the big ships, like the Enterprise aircraft carrier, Enterprise class aircraft carriers. So so that's where my dad started, and then went to the torpedo station where he finished his career. He worked there the rest of his life. Well, not the rest of his life, until he retired anyway. And so I grew up there, and then left there and went to Florida for a short time, for 2 years. Came back and snatched my wife out of California, brought her back to Bremerton, and eventually got my first job in the Seattle area. So, why are you dropping concrete at my feet? Hey, guys, you gonna bury me? There's carts over there's crates over there you can put it in. Storage units you can put it in. Okay? So put them in the storage unit over there, please. Okay, Alexa, don't. There's storage boxes over there for that. Need 100 computers, put it in the 7.2 storage box. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Still have to wait. We'll have to wait 7 minutes. Oof, oof. So yeah, so basically, my career started in the Seattle area where I was a field underwriter for a major insurance company. So basically, I was a glorified salesperson that did a lot of the field underwriting and claims for a company that wrote insurance on auto dealerships and motorcycle dealerships, basic and equipment dealerships, large risks. And eventually, they got out of a major part of my book of business, which decreased my income in half in 1 year. And so I went searching for other things and found computers. And basically, my wife said, "You hate selling insurance." Because that's what I was relegated to do. I left the commercial company and went and just sold regular insurance for a while. And she says, "You hate that, and you program till all hours of the night. Why don't you just flip that and do it during the day, and so I can be with you at night?" Basically, kind of selfish. And so that launched my computer career. And back then, all you had to do is say that you could program, and somebody would hire you. So a trucking company hired me to create the first database. So I told them I could do it, and then quickly went to the library and learned how to do it. Because back then you could do that. So
That's the Hanson family hubris right there.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die.
Hanson family hubris, he calls it. Okay, fine. And so started programming databases there, and never stopped programming databases the whole rest of my career. Sold computer equipment for a while to put food on the table. When they let me go from a management position there, I left and went and did other things. Ran my own company for a couple, 2-3 years, and went broke and almost lost my house, and decided to go back to school. And after I got done with a bit of school, I got hired by Boeing.
And that's the story thus far.
Yeah, that was yeah. Got hired by Boeing, and 27 years later, I retired from Boeing, and that's where I'm at today.
Oh, they also moved us out to Missouri at one point.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you wanted that.
Boeing went from Seattle to Missouri. I wanted to come to the midsection of the country because my dad grew up in North Dakota. My mom grew up in Kansas. You know, what's the midsection like? I mean, my mom and dad were good, mostly good people. You know, they had their flaws, of course, but
They were human.
but my dad taught me a good work ethic and taught me a lot of good things. So yeah, everything was good. So all right, I've got to select the next milestone. Well, I thought I had already selected fluid packaging. So anyway, I need to go collect those things. So anyway, then I lived in Missouri we lived there for 15 years. And then when COVID hit, we sold our house there and moved down to Arkansas, where my daughter lived. And then we moved up here. Then we bought our 10 acres up here, and then brought my daughter up here with us. So
That's the story in long form.
Yep, the short form actually. A lot of detail in there. Okay, I've got to get. Okay, this one's gone. I'm working on tier what? Fluid packaging tier 6 something. Well, let's just see where there's 200 plastic, and I need 400 girders, steel beams. So I need 200 more steel beams, and I need. Let's see what's in this one. Okay, 200 more steel beams is there, and we come over here to this one, and there's the. I don't need the. Okay, why is. Okay. So I am ready when the freighter comes back. I'm ready. I am ready to do it. 2 minutes, and we'll upgrade the next tier. And we'll be done with tier 6. Okay. Somebody said something funny. So let me get this. Get this. You moved all over the country because your daughter moved away, only to find a nice plot of land and tell her, "I don't like where you live, so you come home right now."
That's not entirely inaccurate.
Not entirely. Well, we hatched a plan when we lived down in Arkansas with them, that we would look for a plot of land that had a place for them to build their house, place for us to live, and that we'd have land to grow. And we just kept on looking for 2.5 years almost, because we expected to live only down there only 6 months, ended up living there 3 years. But at the end of that period of time, we ended up finding this 10-acre property that had a huge horse barn on it, which is now going to be their house. And by the time they're done, it'll have 6,000 square feet of living space in it. We calculated that yesterday. So,
Now, before you start gasping at that, she has how many kids?
number 10 is on her way.
Yeah, so
So, another daughter. Another daughter. So, and we've got a pod returning. Yeah, another daughter. So, right now, three of my kids out of the five live on this property. Would you want to live in Who would you want to live in Arkansas? Who would I want to live in
no,
Arkansas?
who would want to? No, nobody.
Not me. I found it very inhospitable.
It's I was born and raised in the Seattle area, and coming to Missouri, I really struggled moving to Missouri. But I tell you what, compared to Seattle, the infrastructure is great. It really is. You actually have freeways that you could drive on that aren't completely full of traffic all the time. Like, it's so nice.
It's having trouble with finishing this animation.
So I've come to really appreciate what they've been able to do with Missouri. And then when we moved to Arkansas, I was like, oh yeah, so this is what happens when you don't have good infrastructure,
Yeah.
and you don't have all the money from the coast, because the coast has the money to kind of overcome how bad it is.
I think I need
You might have to
to.
relog, Doc, if it's not.
Yep, I might need to log off.
Yep, I had to do that.
So I'm going to exit to main. Can I just exit to main menu, or
Yep.
do I?
You're fine. It's fine. So somebody says, "Hi, Doc. I'm Japanese. I don't understand much English, but
Okay.
your Satisfactory videos are incredibly educational. I'm cheering for you. Keep up the great work."
Fantastic. I've got a cheerleader. That's good.
Alexa, you did not hear wrong. She is in the double digits.
Yes. Yeah, my sister is having number 10, and she's raised 12.
Yep.
She also raised two of my other daughter's kids in that process too. So
Yep.
she's quite the mom. one of those 1 in a million moms that that actually can handle more going on than just the average. I mean, right now she's having a baby, she's building a house, selling a house, moving. There's some stress. She kind of cracked yesterday a little bit.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
Oh dear. Wasn't it pipeline engineering that we were okay? Okay, which one was I working on? Because I got set back quite a bit.
Gauntlecrim says, "Good morning, y'all." Good morning.
All right, Robert, I need some help figuring out where we were at because I don't know what.
We need to select a milestone. So it looks like it went through. Yeah, you need to select a milestone. Because monorail trans is done. I don't know which one you're working on.
Thought I was working on the next one.
Okay, well.
So let's do industrial manufacturing. And just waiting for resources.
And Kalsmar says, "What's up, Doc?"
Just working on the member server. We've got several people online at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So let me put what I've got here.
And Solar Flare, we didn't stop playing Minecraft. We're playing both.
Yeah, we played Minecraft last week.
Yep. I was on the Minecraft server quite a bit over the weekend. So yeah. And Mantrid just subscribed with Prime. He is on a 6-month streak.
Fantastic.
So Whitestone says, "I worked for DOT for years. The reason that road infrastructure is different from state to state is because each state allocates funds to DOT. It's a state government thing.
Yep.
And just because they have more funds for roads doesn't mean better roads."
Exactly.
In fact,
The first thing that really hit me when we moved here is simply that I mean, what's it going through Seattle? The great wisdom of the Seattle roadway system is that you go through the center of Seattle and you get squished to one express lane and 2 actual lanes. I worked south of Seattle and I commuted for a period of time, commuted to very, north of Seattle. And it would take me in the morning, because I'd go to work at 4:30 in the morning. It would take me 45 minutes to get to work and 3 hours to get home because of the insanity that they just don't know how to build roads.
and lucky for us, when we were in Missouri, we bought a house that they'd been planning. It wasn't like a 20-year plan to build the highway next to our house.
Uh-huh.
Like they have scheduled out for 20 years plus exactly where Missouri's going to be expanding highways and stuff. And so we had a house that was well developed and in a development, and we knew from the day we bought it they were going to be putting in a highway nearby, and it went in and got built on time and everything. And the funny part is Walmart even placed a new building right at the end of that highway because it knew that the highway was going to be put there because it had been planned for 20 years.
Uh-huh.
And so it was really nice the day they opened it, and suddenly
Manufacturers can receive
it
help
was
such as
5
computer-
minutes from Walmart instead of a half hour.
So yeah, exactly. So yeah, all of a sudden, and frankly, it was so fun. They finished building it, and they had one day where everybody could just walk the freeway or ride their bikes on the freeway before it was open. So the whole family that was there at the time took our bikes, went and rode on the freeway for up and then down, and just had fun. Came down the exit, went home. The downside of it is after 4 or 5 years of the freeway being there, it got real busy near our house, in the intersections near our house.
Yep.
Okay, so let's choose the next milestone while that, well, railway signaling, I guess, would be the next one. Select that milestone. And we got 14 minutes to waste. To wait. Waste. No, I didn't say waste, did I? All right. I've got to figure out a good path to get from here to where the mega factory is being built. Got to figure out how to do that cleanly. I want to see what they built over here. Well, I'm running on over there. Who else do we have online right now?
Can somebody throw a bunch of motors in the depot for me?
See if I've got some that I could throw in there. I've got 25 I could throw in there, so let me drop those in.
I appreciate that.
Does that get you up and moving a little bit?
I think so.
Okay, they're already up.
Cool.
Somebody must have unlocked most of that chain.
I don't have a hover pack yet. I need to get a hover pack. Do we have hover packs unlocked?
Yes, hover packs are hover packs. No, jetpacks. Yes.
Well, jetpacks is fine. I only need like 20. So what Doc put in works just fine. Thank you.
Okay, so we need a sky bridge or something so that I can figure out where it is. There it is. All right. Trains are unlocked, folks. So what is this huge thing here?
Excuse me.
And we got stairs even. Oof, how nice. Nicely built, nicely built.
There's a jetpack at the depot. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'm guessing we're using solid biomass.
At this point, it
we
goes.
have some liquid.
We do have fuel processing, so we should be able to.
We have a tiny bit. You just unlocked the packager today, so. Gologram
Okay.
says, nothing like getting old. Sleeping is a combat sport. You go to sleep feeling okay, you wake up in pain because you slept wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so what's the point of this big tower if you can't even get into it? I mean, what is it?
I don't know. They might not even be done yet, so.
Oh, it's just a monument. That's all it is. It's encasing
Oh, okay.
this rock. Train collision already. Come on, I just unlocked trains and you can't even make sure they don't collide.
No, that was me having some fun. We're good.
Oh, we're good, huh?
No, yeah. It was turned the wrong direction, so I went off the deep end instead of the correct end. And Solar Flare just became a member, re-upped his membership on YouTube.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Whitestone, talking about the DOT, says, a good example, the state I live in has better roads than the state next to us.
Uh-huh.
They have over twice the budget we have. We have equipment that can be 35 to 40 years old and still have better
Okay,
roads.
somebody's pinging me with something. Not quite sure what it is.
Solarfire says, there you go, Doc, paid for your monster.
Yep. Look at the. Oh boy, you hear the sounds of the
Huh. And Wabbit season is here.
Okay.
Hmm.
So it looks like we've got the floor of the.
Oh my god.
We have the floor of the mega factory being built with some weird diagonals and stuff. Hi.
Will do,
Hi,
Chingo.
Jojo.
Gloomy says bridges and railroads have a service life based on load and time used. Train rails can last a century or a decade depending on use. That's a pretty crazy span, I guess.
Yep.
Differential, maybe. Yeah, man,
Okay.
people have gone crazy with how much they built. Holy cow!
Yeah. So a lot has been built, just not a lot built on it yet. So,
First time chat from I Heart Waffles says, I just realized we are sitting at one more follower needing for the goal.
yep.
So they just logged into their sub account. Well, thank you.
All right. So we're at 12. Yeah, we're at 12.99. So,
And I'll probably register that follow here in a moment.
and here's another platform. Okay, so we got plenty of platforms. Let's start building it out. Okay, somebody's pinging something, and I'm not quite sure where. Jojo, are you wanting me to follow you? We need to get rid of these trees underneath here, too. Okay. Been here, explored this already, yes. Oh. Well, it's a long ways. Quite a long ways. Wow, quite a long ways. Good heavens. Okay. And a pathway out here, and... Okay, well, this is a cool structure, but what are we gonna... Oh, gosh. Look at this, Robert.
Wow. Okay, they've been doing a little bit of work prepping for
What we would call a mega factory.
yeah.
All
Okay
right.
then. So Raid just subscribed to tier 1.
All right.
Raid says, "Hey Doc and gang, I just started rebuilding my turbo fuel factory to upgrade to rocket fuel for power. Any
Cool.
advice?"
No, that's just a good way to go.
Yep.
Rebuilding turbo to go to rocket fuel. Yeah. Building in the Blue Crater Lake. Yeah. That's a good place. Good place.
That's one thing I like about fuel is you can continue to expand it multiple times.
Yes.
Oh, I need
This
one
is
more
just
motor. Does
incredible.
anybody have one more motor?
Yeah. Sorry. Wow. What a view. What a view from up here, you know?
And Name Not Visible says, "Thanks for the numerous tutorials, sir."
You are certainly welcome. You think I can land on that platform? I'm getting better at this game. All right, I think I need to go unlock the railway signaling. Nitro rocket fuel is a good suggestion. Yeah. We never did unlock nitro rocket fuel yet.
I think that's an alt recipe.
Is it?
I think so. Okay, we're really pushing the Ada text-to-speech to its limits here.
Okay.
It's Wabbit season said, Bawit Daba, debang, diggy diggy diggy. Said the boogie, set up drop the boogie. Bawit Daba, debang, diggy diggy diggy. Said the boogie, set up jump the boogie.
Okay. Oh, what's this huge? Look at the train platform up there.
That's me.
That's really useful. Don't know what for, but okay, just for fun. Oh, let's go unlock the next level. All right, where's my house? Where's the house? Train station.
And String Gauge says, "Love your content, Doc. Thanks for all the tutorial videos. The most recent series has been clutch."
Fantastic.
Warticon says advice on converting turbo fuel to rocket fuel. Make sure you do the math regarding nitrogen and sulfur before you alter anything. Yeah, we struggled with that too, didn't we?
Yes, we certainly did.
Oh no.
What's this driving on the left side of the roadway? Nonsense going on here. Okay. There it is. Somebody hitting on me again? Or did somebody just fall a tree? Okay, why did it disappear? I just want to go home. I think I'm going to move the hub, but I'd have to move all the things that people have... There we go. Wow, it's incredible how much building has gone on. Oh, got a Caterium plant. Caterium wire plant that is totally backed up. I am so lost.
It's Wabbit season said, free Shabakudo.
What? By the way, does the game overwrite? Okay. Pod launch, 21 seconds left. Okay, I need 50 to computers. Okay, let's see. Okay, I need... All right.
Samuel Hoffman says, "I watch here and there, but I'm losing track of which world is which." Is this the one you started with the members recently?
Yes. This is the one that's definitely gotten away from us.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to try the impossible. We'll see if it's possible.
Try the impossible with the improbable.
Uh-huh. Let's see if we can do it. I built something absolutely silly and ridiculous. I'm going to try to jump the hub with a train.
Jump the hub with the train, huh?
Yep. I don't think I'm going fast enough. Nope.
It landed on top of the hub. I was here to see it, Robert.
Good. That's what I was aiming for.
And And where's the rest of the train? There it is, over there.
Yep. There you go.
Well, re-rail that thing, Robert.
Yeah. What chaos? Oh, it is complete chaos here on this member server. It's everybody's doing something, and everybody's trying to get something done, and everybody is like, wait, I did that, and wait, somebody undid my thing, and wait, why is it there now? It's all chaos.
And it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good. Guys. Okay. Somehow I need to figure out if I can get copper sheet. Missing copper sheet. Okay, I can get. Can't quite get enough copper sheet. Guys, I need help with copper sheet. I can't find any copper sheeting enough.
Wargon says it is in those labeled chests. So.
Well, somebody miscounted because there's not any copper sheet in any of these
Oh, okay.
storage chests. Checking them all again, but it's a lot of stuff. But missing copper sheet at this point. Okay, so I'm going to put what I have in here. And I'm missing 400 copper sheet at this point. I need 2 more stacks.
It's Wabbit season? Absolutely not. He says, you should set up a Jira Kanban for people. No.
A what?
Jira Kanban.
Jira Kanban? Oh, you gotta be
Kanban,
kidding
yeah,
me.
there you go. Ugh, that's how you suck the life out of it.
Uh-oh. We've got a project manager in our midst. Ban him. Ban him now. Working on copper sheets so you can unlock Pipes Mark II for now. Okay, so let's... She's saying basically choose a different milestone and unlock that. I can do that. Select milestone and pipeline engineering and unlock this one instead. I can do that. Good suggestion. So I need... All right. Here's rubber. Here's those. And here is 600 of the plastic I need. Okay. All right. Unlocking that one. There we go. Okay. Pipeline
Milestone
engineering.
reached.
All right. Now we can go ahead and unlock the next milestone as soon as it comes. But now we'll go ahead and select railway signaling. Yeah, we'll select that milestone. But we're waiting 4.5 minutes at this point.
Wardagon says we have to use a Kanban board like system for all of our sprints in Jira at work. Really not a system I'd wish even on my worst enemy.
Yep. All the programmers hated Jira as well for some reason. And really, Jira is a tool that managers like because they always like this bunch of information. They want to know exactly where you are and when you're going to deliver it. Are you on schedule or are you not on schedule? Are you over budget or are you? And frankly, okay, go ahead and add a ton of overhead to the project and then complain with us about why we're over budget. But because you're paying for hours that are devoted to non-value added work. For some reason, managers just don't get it. And it's usually the customer managers that keep demanding that information, and the customer management keeps piling all these requirements on IT. Just let them do their work. Good heavens. Need the information. What information do you need?
Okay, yeah, the question was, do we want to have isolated train networks, like one just for iron, etc., or should they be mixed altogether?
Mixed as in different things being delivered on one train, or one train devoted to one product? So I have the sheets that I need to unlock the next thing. I'm just waiting for the next milestone for the pod to return, and I'll do the next milestone. So okay, Jojo needs the information. What information do you need? Did it take things out? I checked 6 times. The sheets are done. Picking them up. Okay, got the sheets on one track. As long as we have train signaling, we should be able to put any train that we want on any track and then just split off the track to go to the station that it needs to go to. The train signaling is the key to make sure that they don't, collide with each other. So I prefer the idea of going one direction on one track and then the return trip on the other track. Just make sure that the trains are always driving on the right side so that us Americans don't get confused.
Oh, Doc, that reminds me. Do you remember? Do we still have loaded up on any of our computers? Uh, our old database, specifically the what was the name of it? The board that I designed to say how we were to show how we were doing.
Oh, yes.
That, see, I loved that.
Oh, I did too.
Turning that board green every day was so awesome.
Yes, and that was no labor. We did the labor on creating the board, but it was no labor. It watched the process as it was going.
Is there any chance that's on one of our computers right now?
Yeah, it is.
And I could pop it up and show people. Any chance?
Oh, I've got plenty, Alexa, at this point. Okay, and it's going to return in 28 seconds.
So not on the Kanban side or project management side, but I ran a used bookstore for a while, and so what it came down to is the way you're more productive is by, like, I could bring in as many books as we could handle, and it was all running online. It all came down to how fast we can get them online and listed. And so we had a database, which Dad built the database because, of course, that's what he does. And then I built a front end for it that just kept track of our
Milestone.
Wait till 8 is done.
Okay.
It just tracked what our monthly average was, or what our weekly average was, what our daily, and whatever. And it tracked it just in a grid of red and green panels, red, yellow, green. And it just became every day I come, I start work, I turn the board green, and I'm done for the day. Which meant that as long as the board's green, I'm continue to improve. And it meant a nice big visual. I put a monitor up in the corner of the room, and I could just look up at there, and it became super easy. And, if I had to take a shopping day, that meant the week kind of went yellow or the day was red. And so the very next day I had to turn it all green again. And it just kept things going. It took, like Doc said, it took no extra labor. other than setting it up.
Yep, just
Which is
setting it up.
Awesome.
Exactly.
It's Wobbit season said, "Baby, you light up my world like nobody else."
Okay. All right. I need 1,500 concrete, and there's no concrete in any of these. So if somebody could go get me 1,500 concrete, I have everything else: the computers, the heavy frames, and the rubber. So I just need 1,500 concrete, and we will have. Yep, just making sure. And there's concrete. Don't need the heavy frames, but I got them anyway. Okay. Who couldn't do with more computers, right? Okay. Okay, this one comes back in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And I've got enough materials to unlock the level, so we're good to go. So that's the last thing we can do. And then now we've got to do the adaptive control units and the modular engines and the those frames. Those frames up there. I can't remember exactly what they're called. So as soon as that returns, then we're on to phase 3, and we gotta do the phase 3 items. So let's start building factories over in the on the island. Start laying them out. Lay them out in manifold structure that can be expanded at the end. In other words, don't box them in at the end. Leave it so that we can take out the conveyors at the end and add to them once we get Mark 5 and Mark 6 conveyors and make them more effective and efficient. Is anybody bringing up oil power? Good question, Jinko. I know we got coal power running someplace,
Yeah, I don't think we have that.
but I don't think we have oil power, although that's been unlocked for a while. And our current production base, oof.
Uh-oh.
Our max consumption is way at the top. Our capacity is under consumption. We're doing pretty good because
we're
our
okay.
actual consumption is down here. But if we got all the machines running efficiently, which we don't have, we would then, lose that.
Alexander_Petrova said, "CPA Kevin and I were talking about getting a oil, sulfur, and coal train from the desert if that idea appeals to you to make turbo fuel at the Gigafactory."
Yes, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's start getting those things trained in so that we can actually start fleshing out and building factories in the mega factory or gigafactory, whatever we're going to call it, our big factory. Okay, and the shuttle is returning. The cargo pod is returning, so I'll unlock the next milestone of blueprints, and we'll have blueprints Mark II here very shortly, so you can blueprint away for those manifolds, especially the constructor and assembler manifolds will easily fit on a Mark II, so we could do that.
Yes, where to go. We have a whole line of biomass burners that are currently waiting to be activated. That's why production and capacity don't equal.
Okay, the pod is up there. We cannot choose a new milestone until we're done. What? Oh, great. Looks like I'm going to have to log off and log back in again because we just completed Fix-It Blueprints and... Okay, so I'm going to log off to the main menu and refresh my screen because I'm not showing that stone complete.
And the monkeys here says, "What's cooking? Doc Rock with a block and a Glock on a crock with a belt." Oh yeah.
Okay, so the monkey and who is it that are competing?
I think the monkey's winning.
The monkey's winning. Okay, Word of God says, same bug happened to me. A Rolog fixed it. Okay. We're doing Rologs now instead of Relog. So, I love typos. They are so funny.
Yeah.
Typos are just so funny. So, we should build a manifold for the engine. Why am I having a hard time? We should adaptive. We should build a manifold for the adaptive control unit and the engine. Okay, we're at phase 3. Phase 6 is done. Tier 6 is done. Phase 3 needs to be unlocked in order to progress any further. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and see how much of this stuff that we have. Because we don't obviously don't need the 100 computers anymore. We don't need those 100 computers or these 200 computers because we've already done those. And tier 7 supposedly has enough product for tier 7 in here. So let's see what's in this storage box. Nothing is in that storage box. Okay, great. All right, logging off again.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh, you clicked desktop instead of main menu. Oh,
No, I just
you actually got
booted.
kicked. Wow.
I hadn't clicked on anything yet. My mouse was floating over it, yes. Connecting to server, could not connect to server. Is everybody getting kicked? Good grief. Okay.
Yeah, Chingo says server's offline. Oof, it crashed.
It's Wobbit season said, ya lewd, crude, bag of preached food, dude.
I just got insulted. Now, come on.
I think that was the monkey.
That was its Wabbit season.
I think that was it's Rabbit season replying to it, the monkey. And I seem to remember, I believe that's a quote from Hook.
Yeah, it might be. I can just see Robin Williams saying that.
Yeah, I think that was during, oh, come on, what's the guy's name? I can't remember the guy's name. What's the name of the guy who took over for Peter and, well, he was gone?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the kid. The oldest kid of the bunch.
Yeah. Oh, man. I need to watch that again.
Yeah. So that would have been in the scene where he finally started seeing all the food on the table.
Yes, exactly.
And they had and then he started a food fight with it.
Yep.
Leave it up to Robin Williams to be a kid during those times.
Mm-hmm. And have an imaginary food fight, which is hilarious.
Well, it says the ping is only 55 milliseconds. So
oh gosh,
it's hitting the server, but we're not reconnecting.
I feel so bad that I didn't remember that.
I'm going to go ahead and completely exit and come back and see if that
It's
helps.
Wobbit season said, Rufio.
Rufio, that's right.
Rufio.
Yep. Rufio.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see that we've got some Robin Williams fans online with us. I wish Robin Williams hadn't been so conflicted and mentally conflicted. Wish he was still with us.
Yep.
Because what he was doing is he was working so that he was acting so that he would be able to not be alone. And it's when he was alone that he struggled so mightily.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I need to get our Gigafactory server up and running, because we might end up having to go to our Gigafactory server.
Oh yeah.
All the computers seemed to reboot last night.
Yeah, we lost power.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, it was brief. We lost power. It was like right when that very short storm hit.
Okay.
Yeah, lightning struck, took everything down for a brief moment.
I'm starting that server.
Nilep asked, didn't he also suffer some physical illness like Parkinson's?
I don't think I ever heard that.
I wouldn't be surprised. So. Well, Chingo says you need to invest in a UPS so it doesn't ruin anything.
Yeah, I had mine connected to UPSs there for a while. It's just we need to buy new UPSs. I think we wore them out.
Yeah. For some reason, Garrett's worked perfectly, and continues to work perfectly. But ours couldn't keep our PCs on, even when we only connected the computer itself.
It's Wobbit season said, run home, Jack. Run home, Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when they were playing baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted to say home run, Jack, and they had to reconfigure where the signs were. There were
Such a good movie.
So many funny parts in that movie. It's just incredible. So, this is really weird. It can ping it, and it's only a 64-millisecond ping,
Okay.
but it's not connecting to it.
I'm gonna log the website and see if I can force it to restart. Okay.
Okie dokie.
Meanwhile, this is kind of up to you. Galtergrim sent me a AI generated video that somebody put together about Star Trek, and he thought you might get a kick out of it.
Okay. Gonna show it.
Okay. I will send you the link so you can play it directly. It's about 3 minutes long.
Okay. So is that going to be in Discord?
Yes, I'll send you Discord.
Oh, okay. Alessandra sent a picture of my hub area completely buggered up with tons of product. Tons of things. Okay.
From the ashes of bourgeois idealism rises a new dawn of interstellar. Enterprise D, flagship of the Socialist Federation of Planets. Its mission, to bring liberation to the stars, whether they ask for it or not. The ship is commanded by the ever-composed Captain Picardov, a man whose boldness is rivaled only by his ideological purity. Commander Data, a marvel of synthetic engineering, programmed with the combined logic of Federation science and the teachings of Karl Marx. When confronted with the contradiction between rational inquiry and state-mandated ideology, he experienced a fatal error and burst into flames. The crew mourned and immediately accused him of harboring counter-revolutionary software. But the ship's true authority is Supreme Commissar Spokovich. His cold Vulcan logic proved perfectly suited for party politics and the art of systematic betrayal. His greatest triumph came during the Great Purge of 2137, when he personally condemned his former captain. The man who once saved his life was sentenced to re-education on Rura Penthi. Worf, the honorable warrior from House Proletariat, finds solace in the Federation's violent enforcement of economic justice. He advises photon torpedo strikes at the first sign of market competition. Dr. Crusherova treats illness the same way she treats dissent, with permanent sedation. Her son, Comrade Wesley, now long missing, was last seen questioning the efficiency of warp core safety protocols. The state's official report declared that he ascended to a higher plane of socialism. Councillor Troyevich was assigned as part of the Federation's DEI initiative. Her primary function is to provide visual morale to the male officers. Her uniform was custom designed by Comrade Riker. Riker was praised for his contributions to the socialist cause. Shortly before his imprisonment for hoarding forbidden instruments, no enemy was greater than Ferenginar, home of the galaxy's most unrepentant capitalists. Its markets were unregulated, its profits obscene. So the Federation rained down 45 megatons of economic justice upon them. The Grand Nagus lies buck-broken upon the floor of the throne room as the fires of Marxist purification consume Ferenginar. The survivors now harvest potatoes on Sirius A. But even glorious victories have costs. Following the liberation of Ferenginar, the Engels Prize's warp core experienced a minor deviation. Chief Engineer Laforgev assured command that all readings were nominal. They were not. Officer Dyatlov, veteran of the Chernobyl station, confidently advised Captain Picardo, "Warp cores don't explode, Comrade Captain. It is physically impossible." Moments later, a containment breach triggered a catastrophic plasma release. The Engels Prize was lost. The crew perished as heroes of the revolution. Following the peaceful liberation of Ferenginar, a fearsome race known as the Borg arrived at the Federation's borders. But the Federation did not fear them. Quite the opposite. The Borg were welcomed with open arms. Many eagerly volunteered for assimilation, praising it as the final stage of ideological purity. Star Trek: The Soviet Generation. Coming soon to the People's Galactic Broadcasting Service.
Oh, my, my, my. Oh, my.
Just what do you think of it?
There's a lot to unpack in that one, that's for sure. Our Gigafactory world hasn't come online yet. It's still working on it.
Well, I have to say that Riker has always been my favorite character in Star Trek, and would be in this one too.
Oh, really?
And Gonthagrim gifted 5 subs while we were watching that.
During that whole thing, Gallagrim gifted 5 subs. Thank you for the support. Appreciate that. Okay, so we've got 5 people who have been lurking that have received tier 1 subs. Crazy Trend Live, PJ 2009, Heather D526, Alexis Xylexis, and Quantum Engineer. You all have memberships. You've been gifted a tier 1 sub in Twitch, which means that if you want to, you can go to log into our Discord, find the server login information, and come join us when we do our group stuff. I'm going to turn over to my Doc Solo World. I don't know why these are all exclamation pointed here. I wonder why that is the case. Oh, with mods.
That's the reason. There you go.
Okay, so can I just load it without the mod?
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Just when we need to turn the mod back on when we're going to do some recordings.
Yeah.
So here's my Doc Solo World until the servers come up, and guys can tell me when the server is back up, and
yep.
And I can
You can
work
rejoin
on that.
that. Yeah.
Yep, we can rejoin that. Okay, so our train is still supplying us with good supplies. We've got stators being manufactured here and sent over to the manufacturers, which are going in here, and they're probably full. Well, making modular engines, and obviously we just barely got it started. It's full of everything it needs to just keep working 100%. I think I'm going to go ahead and give it a little bit of extra help here. Come on, I had all 3 of those. Okay. And so I'm going to overclock that and get that moving faster so we can get our modular engines.
Gontelgrim once said, "De comrade document. Anything to end the bourgeoisie rule. All hail Commissar Spokovich."
I'm now Comrade Document, according to Ada. So doc period means document in the...
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what it said, is
Oh,
document.
brother.
Okay, so this manufacturer now is producing, and it's pumping them out and putting them in this container over here. And we've got, all right, we've got the first 298 produced here, so that's cool. What's it going to take to put an adaptive control unit in process here? Let's see. Let's see. Oh,
Hey, Wabbit Season, we did get that right as he was starting the video. I'll push it through if you want. Otherwise, I can refund and you can do something else.
okay. So adaptive control unit means I've got to build out some things. A circuit board, which I've never built before. An automated wiring, which I've got the stators and such for. That'd be fine. Computers. I hate this. We need circuit boards to build the adaptive control unit, and then circuit boards to make the computer that goes into the adaptive control unit. All right, Kitty Cat's getting settled again in a new spot. Go ahead.
Is Mittens in here?
Somewhere. She wasn't. Yeah, she's still in back of me.
Okay.
Over by the green screen on the floor. So Mittens is going to go see what she's doing. Actually, she's turning around and settling in. That's where she loves to stay, is right next to me on my chair. There you go. Good girl. Okay, so I'm going to make circuit boards and control units. It's going to require a manufacturer. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing I did here and put a manufacturer in here, but I'm going to back off enough so I can put so I can go ahead and put a storage unit here. So I'm going to put the storage unit there first. And everybody, please remember, let me know. Oh, organization, that's what I wanted. Let me know when we're able to get it back into the server. I'm going to put that there a little bit offset. And I'm going to put a manufacturer here. And I need more modular frames in order to do that. So let's go down and get some modular frames. Whoops.
So Chingo says servers back up.
Okay.
The web console begs to differ. For some reason, it doesn't think the server's back up,
Really? Okay.
which is weird. There might still be some odd instabilities, but
Okay.
okay. Chingo says is in game right now, so
Okay. Okay. It's getting plenty of bronze. Okay, so that should continue making more of those. Okay, good.
So Whitestone, no, we're
Uh-huh.
not hosting on a home PC. We rented a server, and Generally, it's been very good. So,
But it just went down. So I'm going to go up and create that manufacturer, and then I'm going to rejoin.
cool. Yeah, we used Indifferent Broccoli, which is the server of choice for at least a couple of modders who've been running it for a while. So, yeah.
Oh, missing plastic. Okay. That's easy. Plastic is right over here. Production. Okay. Put the manufacturer in place. Okay, that leaves enough room for... All right, that works. Perfect, perfect. All right. So you say I can join the server, so let's go do that. Go to main menu and do that. Sure. Oh, wait a minute. Cancel that. I want to hit save game first. Make sure I'm not having to go to an autosave that's 5 minutes old. Doc, if I'm riding my skateboard through the city and some random guy stops, turns around, takes a picture of me, and walks away like nothing happened, does that mean I'm the biggest swagger on the block? I don't know if that means that. Okay. We have 3 current players playing. Are you on the server, Robert?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh my, what's this crate doing here? What happened? Somebody killed my character?
Yep.
Why? Why did my character die?
Raid says, Doc, which would you prefer to use to power drones? Batteries or rocket fuel?
If power drones? Definitely rocket fuel. Definitely.
Yeah, we actually haven't been making battery. We haven't been using batteries at all in our current playthrough.
Okay, who is Sonar SSS? Says,
Oh,
hi, Daddy, how are you?
I think that's just somebody playing around. It's their first time chat.
Yep. See, I can look in the window of our office. It's way cool. Okay.
Doc's got a lot of kids, tons of grandkids, and even a great grandchild. So
Yeah.
he has to question these things.
Okay. And we don't need 100 computers anymore. All the tier 7 stuff should have plenty of stuff. In fact, I'm going to... Oh, my heavens. And where's my cup? There's my cup. That in that hand. Put that in that hand. I don't have any. Yeah, I do. Let's put a gas mask on my head. Put those on my legs. And put a zip line in there. Where is my chainsaw? Okay. Obviously, I'm not going to be using my chainsaw for much anyway, so I'm not going to worry about it. And I do want to put this and that in there. And does somebody want to come retrieve these 17 hard drives and start feeding them into the MAM? I wish you could store the hard drives in the MAM so anybody can just activate a new one and from anywhere, from any MAM.
Yeah, agreed.
So, okay, let's see how many.
Yeah, and almost as good as what Alexa said, which is just upload them all to the Dimensional Depot.
Okay, I will do that. And you might hear some heavy construction equipment because we're getting our septic tank today, new septic today, system today.
Yeah.
Improvements to the property that were long overdue from the previous owners, unfortunately.
Holy cow. I'm sorry, how'd you get so many shards?
I just took them out of the box that was here at the hub.
Oh my.
And so I'm just checking to see how many of them I can stuff into the depot. None. The depot's full
Wow.
of shards.
Well, quite a number of people mentioned that you could put the hard drives into the depot.
Yep,
so.
that's what I was opening the depot to do. So,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I'm going to use a storage container to store most of this stuff.
And Soners wants to know, are you from England or the United States?
U.S. Yep, from the U.S.
Never been to England.
I wish. Mother-in-law went to England for a couple of years. But I have not made it there myself. I'd like to. I would really like to.
Yeah. Alexa says, Doc, I think I might have killed you since I dropped a nuke at hub when changing my pulse to clear some foliage.
That's why my death crate was there.
Okay.
And I picked up my death crate and all was good, so we're okay.
Soner says, I'm watching you from Turkey. Do you know where
All right.
Turkey is?
Yeah, of course I know where Turkey is. Right off the Mediterranean Sea there on the east side. Big country.
Actually, you know what's interesting is, yeah, our sound got maxed out there a couple times. Huh. Just somebody on Twitter mentioned that her family got a DNA test, and her husband lives on one of the Grecian islands off closer to the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, and always been Grecian, whole family's Grecian, like everything, and got their test results back and 100% Turkish.
Oh my. Okay. So a Turkish family had moved to the Grecian islands and continued to live there.
Yeah. A lot of other people who were Turkish, and I'm sure Soner could probably speak on that, is who said that, yeah, there was a lot of movement between them in the past.
Okay, so I need versatile framework. We needed versatile framework to complete phase 3. So where is versatile framework being produced? So I can just go retrieve that and get it up to the elevator.
My gosh. Yes, Greek, not Grecian. Greek. I apologize. Greek, as in from Greece. No, not Cretan, as in from Crete. Greek.
Yeah, because Crete is part of Italy, right?
Gosh, I
Crete
don't know.
is the island at the end of the boot, Italy's
Something
boot.
like that.
Yeah. Okay, so does anybody know where versatile framework's being created?
He's specifically from the Isle of Lesbos, which is like right off the coast of
Oh, Crete
Turkey.
is a Greek island. Okay. Sicily is the
Of
island I was
course.
thinking
There you
of.
go.
Okay.
So,
I stand
as our
corrected.
friend from Turkey would know, that Lesbos is an island just right, like it's almost in a bay made by Turkey. So,
Okay.
anyway,
So nobody knows where the versatile framework's being created. I don't see it up on those conveyors up there. But one thing that definitely needs to happen is we need to be creating it someplace. I'm not quite sure. These aren't powered up.
yeah, it looks like somebody was trying to blueprint out something for hypertube cannons.
Yes. But the hypertube cannon would have just hit that.
Oh, no. Yeah, powered up. It's going to launch you forward. You know, it's going to launch you up and it's going to send you forward. It's more
Up
it's
and
more
then
just a
out.
boost to get you flying quickly. Interesting.
Okay. Somebody needs to finish them and power them up, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Wardagon says, I mostly play co-op with two friends. We've had some issues with items disappearing when a player dies, with no death crate. We also come to the conclusion that uploading hard drives is just a good practice.
okay, yeah. Well, all the hard drives are in the depot now, so that's
And
a good
Alexa
thing.
says she can show you to the frame factory.
Okay, to the versatile frame factory. Okay, where are you, Alexa? Let me see where you are on the screen. There we go.
Soner says,
There
I
you are.
discovered you a few days
Okay.
ago while browsing on Twitch.
Okay, I'm following, Alexa.
Since my English isn't very good, I use translation so I can sometimes understand you.
Okay,
Well, glad to have you.
very glad to have you. Even though you're even struggling through understanding me, I appreciate you being with us and working hard to do that. There we go. Okay, and I need 2,500 of them, which means I basically need this whole batch. Sort 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 768 at the moment. Okay, so are there more higher? Because okay, there's some more. Okay, 100, 200, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. $100, and then that's 400 more. 100, 500, 900, 1,400. Quite a few coming through. All right, that should be enough. And you're pinging me, Alessandra. I just don't know where. And then we've got. Okay. I've already got all that I needed. I went up to the top there and got all that I needed. So you can return these if you want. My bags are full because of that, so I'm going to run over to the elevator and just put these in. And now we gotta start manufacturing some modular engines and adaptive control units. So let's. Okay, what? Need 2,500. Okay, I still do need some of those. I still need more.
So Debunky says, to anyone who learns English and wants to understand more, my advice is to learn it like your native language. So like, learn what different words mean rather than translations. Side effects may include the fact you might not remember what your language words mean, like you know in English, but not in your own language. Not sure if I fully understand that.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Yeah, well, it needs 2,500.
That's so many.
Yeah, this should be 100, and then another 500 there, and another 400. Yeah.
And
not quite
Trumpkin
enough.
redeemed scan a hard drive.
Okay, let's scan a hard drive.
I have to say, Trumpkin, it took me reading that several times to understand what you meant. I kept on thinking high definition scans. I'm like, of what? What have we shown recently that we need to do a high definition scan of? So, Nikolay, this is a member server for anybody who's a member on our YouTube channel
800,
or a
900,
subscriber on Twitch. You can join us.
1,000. Okay, I should have enough. Okay, let's try it again. All right. I think we've got the versatile frameworks handled.
So, Matatilla asks, why'd you guys start a new factory? What happened to the previous one?
We're still working on it.
Yeah, so Doc now has 3 worlds he's working on. This one is with members. Then he has his Doc solo world. And then he has the Gigafactory.
Yep. Okay. Next, we gotta work on modular engines. Is that the first line that we want to make in the new mega factory? Just transport all the stuff in by train. At least that's my vote. Let's set up that line in the mega factory.
I have no opinion. You're the director.
Hi.
And New Tough Stuff just subscribed on Twitch. This is New Tough Stuff's second month.
Second month. That's good. No, let's not lay right across the keyboard. No. You can lay right there. There we go. That
Over
works.
the weekend, because Doc was working so much outside the office, and I'm in here doing videos and stuff. Callie, that cat that you guys just saw, was all over me all weekend long.
Yeah, because I was so busy.
You may pet the cat. One time.
Okay.
Emotional efficiency protocols remain in effect.
Okay. I'm petting my cat, getting my... Oh, we got New Tough Stuff subscribed to Tier 1, and he's been with us for 2 months. Way cool. Way cool. Okay, let's see here. Where do we want... Okay, we've got a wall starting up there. And we've got train lines coming in. So let's see what we can do here. Train lines coming in there. Wow, you're gonna have to span a huge area in order to get those trains hooked up. But I'm sure you can do it. Somebody's parachuting over to my left. Got a little bit of water going over the train line here. Isn't that funny? That's crazy. More of the All right, Jojo, what do you have to say for yourself? All right. All right. We have kind of a hole there, and here we're just letting the water come through the factory there. All right. So as far as layout goes, I'm not quite sure what other people have in mind. Just checking things out here. We got a train station over there with 4 tracks coming into it, 4 different stations, and tracks going in and out. Okay. With dangerous holes. Okay. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. All we need to do is start bringing some product into these thingies. Yeah, let's start bringing some product in there. Okay. What kind of height do we have on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 high. That'll be good enough for most. When we get the particle accelerator will go higher than 7. Who is building the stations? I'm not sure. 2 empty fluids and 4 cargo. 4 cargo, 2 fluids. So do you mean 2 fluids and 4 cargo, or do you mean 4 fluids total? Okay. Let's keep getting them connected. Let's fill in the gaps here.
Alexa says, I mean 2 empty fluid, 4 cargo, 2 fluids, and 1 station. So 4 cargo, 4 fluid total.
Oh, is that the order you want them in? So you want 2 fluid, then 4 cargo, then 2 fluid? Okay. So that's kind of the order you need them in? Okay, Jojo, go create a station there then that has... what direction are these stations pointing, first off? And are these... So the incoming is on this side? So the incoming is here? And if that's the case, we need 2 fluid on this side. So you need to take this one down and put a fluid one there. You need to take... Ah, this floor is logistics. Okay. For me and Kevin's project, a train that goes backwards, it won't turn around. So it won't turn around. Okay, so it's going to go back and forth rather than... Okay, a train with okay, very good. Very good. So this is the logistics floor. And up there is meant to be the machines. So I am going to... Do you find the ladders in architecture? There's the ladder, yep. And I want to zoop these.
Ralph Joshua says, I love watching your Satisfactory shorts, Doc. Can't wait for another episode of Doc University.
We will have them coming out pretty much, Robert, pretty much every Thursday for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, we'll be taking breaks so we can do updates on the Gigafactory and every once in a while do a Minecraft episode, but if we get enough ahead of ourselves, like it seems like we are, yeah, looks like you need to relog again. Wow, the server's really struggling today, Doc.
Yeah, it is.
We might end up having to do 2 long forms a week for a couple of times, Doc.
Yeah, we might have to. The demand is getting to be too much, so we got to meet that
Yeah.
as best we can anyway.
Soul
Okay.
Vin says, I always like building my hub on the very tip of Paradise Island so I can look down on my base with happiness.
Okay. All right, server manager, and let's... Okay. $1,309 followers, so we easily eclipsed the 1,300, and we're headed to 1,310. So that's way cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, yes, it put it in. Once I relogged it in, it finished.
Good, good, good. It's kind of odd because we don't have nearly as many people playing as what we had last week.
Yeah.
So,
Well, the few that are playing are having fun.
yeah. Absolutely.
What did we have, like 16 people playing last time? Most.
It was crazy.
It was a lot, yeah. Then again, everybody's kind of recovering from the 4th of July holiday,
I'm
possibly.
sure.
Well, they certainly weren't watching the channel. It was kind of amazing. You know, when the channel had been clipping along at a good pace, and then suddenly, you know, the 4th of July came and everybody took a vacation, which is fine. It's fine.
Just make Doc very, very sad. Nobody wanted to be Doc's friend.
Made me worried for a fraction of a second and before I thought, oh, that's right, they're off enjoying the holiday.
YouTube hates us. We've been blacklisted. We've been banned. Nah.
I'm almost afraid to see what they've done to our yard out there in the forest.
Oh, yeah. You know, I have to say, having goats on that land for the couple weeks leading up to it didn't help either. They thinned out the grass quite a bit.
Yeah. I didn't ask them if they needed the goats moved. They've seemed to avoid them unless we find a goat pancake out there. And
Ooh. Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, it's if the meat's still fresh, I mean,
Robert.
they're goats.
Yeah. Which means that, yes, they can be eaten.
Although I definitely do not prefer it.
You've eaten goat meat?
Yeah, pretty sure it's some.
Okay.
I have to say, it's not the tastiest thing ever. Yeah, Galtagrip disagrees. Galtagrip says goat is tasty eating. Well then.
Well, the one thing I like, though, is when we had milking goats, is I really enjoyed the goat cheese that we made out of it.
Yeah. Lonogram says meats in order that are the goat, the best. Deer, alligator, turtle, frog, sheep, or goat. Look, Gummagrim, your redneck is showing.
Redneck is showing. Brother.
The monkey says, I just hope nobody here is eating Lorax meat.
Isn't a Lorax a fictitious Dr. Seuss character?
Yes. Completely fictitious. Fake. Okay, he said, Goldgrab says it's more succulent and sweeter than children. Chicken.
Robert? I have to say that Robert has no experience tasting the difference between Lorax and children. So we don't permit eating of children on the property.
But, you know, if one gets flattened like a pancake.
Robert? They're your nephews and nieces.
Yes, Caldegrip did say chicken. I'm not a huge fan of chicken either. So, being better than chicken is a good thing.
He's a beef guy.
The only way chicken is good is if it's fried.
Buy Kentucky Fried Chicken. KFC makes the best fried chicken.
Yeah, yeah.
Boy, those pieces of equipment are going at it out there. So the first thing that happened this morning was that we had a load of gravel dumped in our driveway. And luckily we got 2 exits from the property. It's kind of a circular drive. And luckily we still had the one exit until one of the contractors that we hired came and parked his car in the middle of the other entrance. And we went and kindly requested him to move to keep the entrance clear so people could get out if needed. Which he did. He was nice about it. But my wife basically said she wants this day to be over.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, she's just, she's sad about the number of trees we had to cut down in her forest.
Oh, yeah. Alexa says we should make a nice new burger, call it the Nephew or Niece Delight. And Gonagard says, dude, you gotta have barbecue pulled pork chicken. Pulled pork chicken? Do they just mix the two meats? But I agree, if chicken's not cooked right, it's horrible. Yeah. Yeah, I've had a lot of poor chicken. It's just tasteless when it's not done well. So.
Okay, so this straight diagonal edge now meets up with the square part.
Mm-hmm.
The next part is basically filling this area in.
So Garrett tried something new with our pizza yesterday.
Okay.
We added more spice to it. So to add to the pizza sauce, we added just like a tablespoon of tomato paste for like the whole jar. So just a little bit of thickening there. But then also added in, what was it? Anyway, a couple of different spices, including a bit of shredded Parmesan as well. And then in the crust, he added some MSG.
Okay.
To the crust.
All right. Interesting.
So anyway, it was definitely the best pizza we've had. It's one of those, when we had Little Scissors the other day, It was like, while Garrett's is fresher and it tastes fresher, it tastes more real, I guess. Little Caesars has an extra little bit of spice, a bite to it that tastes really good.
Yeah.
So we also added some chili powder to the sauce, which was great. But definitely not for Mom.
Oh, it was a bit hotter than Mom would normally like it.
I mean, it had chili powder in it.
Okay.
So. And DeMonkey says, Robert, don't eat children. That's rude. Says, yeah, he's a beef guy because this guy's a beef with the Lorax and now children. I have no problem with children whatsoever. Well, that's not true.
You have no problem with children?
There are some children I have problems with. And Adrestea is here. Hello, hello.
Yeah, if you can, come jump on the server with us, Adrestea.
Adrestea says, so weird to look at that landscape and not see a giant road coming in. And I might join for a bit, just came back from the 4th and final radiation treatment. Now just waiting for the scan in August.
Okay. Okay, let's hope that scan turns out to be wonderful. we'll be pulling for you. Well, the depot is keeping up with us with my building quite well. So
Wardagon says, I can remember so many bad situations from foundations on an angle rather than on the world grid, with functional buildings snapping their rotation in weird ways.
yeah, well, I'm just picking up where people have already put it, so I'm not worried about it too much.
Yeah.
Not going to worry about it too much.
And Viking says, hello, Doc. I'm traveling right now, so I don't have great internet, but I just want to say I love your Satisfactory videos, and they're super helpful to me and my friends.
Fantastic.
Bless you.
And that was who?
That was Viking 213.
Fantastic. Thank you. I just decided I wanted to get this platform built out to the edges, and I'm just keep building and building and building.
This is the bridge that never ends.
Not the bridge. Okay,
Platform.
Platform. Okay, why have we got a platform just one level below this? Okay, I'm not understanding what happened here. Either we're building it up there or we're building it here, but not both. Okay, not quite sure what happened there. Wow. Okay, we're gonna have plenty of space to be building things here. I think I got myself lost. I'm not quite sure where I'm at. Okay. Hey, Robert. Are you in our world here?
I am not.
Okay. Could you go ahead and get in the world and take over the stream for just a bit while I take a short break?
Oh, sure. I can do that. Give me just a moment. And Bastion says, hello, Doc. Really love your content. Foundations have always been a big time consumption to me, so I created a blueprint to speed up the process.
Oh, yeah.
With a wall outlet underneath for a future hover pack.
There you go.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, so where was I building? Good heavens.
This place is just too big.
I mean, I lost track of where I was filling in the corners to the edge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll figure that out. Tell me when you're in the game. Where's the train station?
Okay, I'm loading in now. I could take over.
Okay. I lost track of where the train station was, even.
Oh my.
There's the
This
train.
place is huge.
Yep. Well, that was the intent. And the logistics floor is that one down here. I think we just need to get rid of this one that's 4 meters below the one I was building. Okay, the pumper truck is just leaving, which means the old septic is now pumped. I am totally lost. I can't believe I got lost. Where did the... Which way did it go? Which way did it go?
Well, Doc, as soon as you're ready to be on Lost, I can take
Okay.
over if you'd like.
Alrighty. I'm just going to plant myself right here at this intersection, and then I'll be back in just a moment. Okay?
Sure. Okay. I'm just grabbing a little bit of biomass because I want to see how this person's little launcher works that we saw earlier. I want to see if it's fully functional. And I don't have anything to chop these down, so I'm just grabbing bushes. So, yep. So this is the member server for anybody who's joining now. So Doc plays on it. There's a bunch of people online right now. 5 of us or so. Which means we made insane progress very quickly. This was what I built when we were here last week. And it's been massively improved. And it's all backed up good. Good. So. And tomorrow I will read your comment to Doc as soon as he gets back. Okay. Yeah, it's a pretty fun game. Jamaro said, and I'll repeat it to Doc later to get his take on it. But he says, I just want to say respect to your dedication for this game. The game always loses me after the first 20 hours. Yup. I used to really complain, and I did this with Minecraft when it first came out, calling it a Wikipedia game, where it's a game that you had to play using the wiki, and I hated that idea because, growing up, the only time you ever used anything outside the game was when you were using cheats, and so in my mind, if it's not in the game, well, it doesn't exist, right? But I kind of got over that and realized that there's a cool aspect of having a nice complex game that you have to record things out of game to remember it, So, okay, let's see if we can get these set up. TJ says, the people in your life that look like delivery drivers are gang stalking you, chat. And Gottlegram says, back in my day, if you were playing a game and got stuck, you had to figure it out. There was no internet. Not like you had money for Nintendo Power Hotline. You kids today and your internet. Well, that's a little bit less than ideal. Nope. Ooh, that got... That is not properly built. Darn. I was hoping it would just shoot me up and hit me off and launch me out. Yeah, so one of the first games I remember using something like that, we were playing Return to Zork. If anybody remembers that. Or I should say, my mother was playing Return to Zork, and I was sitting there watching her. And back then, the cheats or helplines or whatever else, they were web pages, but they gave you like a tiny hint. You had to click a button to get the next hint, and click a button to the next hint until eventually they'd tell you how to fix it. But you'd have huge, massive walkthroughs that were 100 pages long that you'd go search out and find. But it was on the internet. So, well, shucks. I'm disappointed with those. They aren't a blueprint. They are a blueprint. Let's take a look. Yeah. Huh. I wonder what went wrong. Well, hopefully I didn't mess it up too badly. Excuse me. I apologize for that. Cologrim says, and to stop sounding like a grumpy old man, God bless the internet. Only took me 20 years to figure out how to find the hammer to beat Link 2. Thank you, internet. Yeah. Well, the same sort of transformation happening. You know, Garrett and I talked about this for a while. The first game that I spent a whole ton of time on was World of Warcraft. Though I played other MMOs before that. That was the first one I really got sucked into. But something transformed during the early period of that game where it went from a game that was nobody knew how to play it to a game that was completely solved. And, you know, like, for example, at the very beginning, you went to a place called Thoughtbot, which the word meant something different than today. And it was just a list of all the quests and people randomly telling you, oh yeah, I think the quest is over here. I found the quest over here. And it was a discussion. And at least at that point, you couldn't just know where everything is. And today's games cannot depend on people not knowing where stuff is. Today's games have to depend on something else entirely. You know, so exploration is so much smaller of a deal in games than it used to be, which is unfortunate. So that's one of the many things that has gone that you can't recreate in today's games. Because everybody always knows exactly where to go to complete the quest, find the item, whatever. Alexa says, first two games I ever played was Warcraft 2 and Theme Hospital. Theme Hospital was great. All the Theme Hospital was fun. Of course, all the weird diseases and whatever else, the bloated head. Funny enough, I never played Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. I never played those original games. In fact, I was a real jerk. I got my original copy of World of Warcraft from my friend, who I bet him that his girlfriend would leave him. And he was absolutely certain that she would never, and she did, and so he had to buy me a copy of World of Warcraft. Yeah, I'm not proud of that. Dude, you're missing out. Warcraft 2 was amazing. Miss those old RTS games. Yeah, I should definitely get into it and play it again. I really wanted to play the remaster they did of Warcraft 3, but yeah, it really kind of stunk. I did play like early Age of Empires, which it's a close genre, not the same. And those were great, and all those campaigns were great. Adrastea says, I used to eat, drink, and sleep AoE 2. I did on purpose not start WoW when it launched because I knew I'd be a daily player. Oh, yeah. I get that. Yeah, Age of Empires 2 with Age of Kings expansion. Oh, I love that so much. Such a good game. I was so disappointed with Age of Empires 3. There was something about I think it was the trade routes or something that just, they felt so off. The fact that now you had your home country or city or whatever that was sending you supplies, and suddenly it was like this meta progression thing. And so when I wanted to play online, I wasn't ever on equal footing with people, and it just felt so weird. I was disappointed. Don't waste your money. Warcraft Reforged is terrible. Just a reskin cash grab. Yeah, so unfortunately, I already bought it because it was one of those times of, oh, I enjoy the current, I want to try the old, and yeah. I did buy, I think it was on Good Old Games, the original Diablo, and played quite a bit of that. Never beat it. But I need to go through and just play all those. See, guys, this is why I'm not the streamer. Why Dwight Talk is, because if I were to stream, that's what I'd be streaming. I'd play through all the old games that I missed, and of course all my favorites. Wouldn't get anybody watching because they're boring now. Age of Empires 4 is good. Yeah, I have it. I haven't played it nearly as much as I want to, but what I have played has just felt great. It gives me the same feeling as the old Age of Empires does. If you play Diablo 1 again, that's 100% something I'd play with you. It's the reason why Blizzard got big. Yeah. I just say if streaming is an option I'm looking at now, I know my job will be redundant when I get back to it. Yeah. White So says I used to have game magazines that gave hints and cheats as well as upcoming games. Yup. And Durzo says, that's why I always avoid YouTube when a new game comes out. I want to try a truly blind play. Yeah. I'm really torn on that because I really enjoy watching the Let's Play series, you know? Now, I will entirely admit I am 100% a social gamer. I play games to play with people. I don't play games solo anymore. And I haven't played games solo pretty much since... Well, no, I haven't ever played games solo. Even when I played World of Warcraft a whole lot, and I was the guy who just made a whole bunch of money, right? But the whole point of it was so I could spend a whole bunch of money on my friends, right? Like, I just can't play solo. I just can't get interested in any game enough to play solo. So
you're saying that you like playing with me, but you just don't like playing alone?
yeah, I just playing games solo feels like it just has no purpose.
Huh.
You know.
Frankenplays says hello, first time chat. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So a little bit ago, Doc, that's kind of spurred on a lot of this conversation. Jamaro says hello. Just wanted to say respect to your dedication to this game. It always loses me after the first 20 hours.
Okay, I can understand that. I just enjoy the game. I enjoy the logistics about it. I enjoy building big things and seeing big construction going on. Did you find where everything was at?
No. Well, I found a place that looked like it needed to be built, so I've just been building platforms, but...
Okay.
Anyway.
And you're building up on the level that...
Yeah, I'm building on the higher of the two levels. So... send them back to you.
Okay.
Whitestone says, when I became a YouTuber, I had to start to do solo. But you have an audience, so I guess you're not really playing solo.
Nope. I play with friends all the time. Yep. It's the best part of the game.
And Franken plays, hello, I've seen you a lot of you on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yep, that's where we got started. Address is cleaning up the multi-level stuff.
Okay, good.
I did not tell Garrett the theory, Alexa. Just didn't come up.
Okay, so you're building over here. I thought I saw some factory building over there, so I'm going to go investigate. Looks like there's a little bit of tree chunk. We have the better belt address for your coal power plant. Okay, so that's where I climbed up. That's where the train station is. Okay. And there's a factory being built over this direction, so I'm going to go investigate that. I see some green sticks making something. We do have a blueprinter down here that needs to be either moved up or to a place that doesn't have to be built over. Okay. And so what have we got being built over here? Looks like concrete being stored and funding the depot. Okay, so there's concrete being done over here and being put in the depot. That's cool. Okay, that's good. All right, so we've got some more platforms being built here. I would really like to start building the modular engine factory. So let me see what for the modular engine. Okay, we need motors and rubber and smart plating. Though that's an easy combination. We should be able to build that fairly easy. We just need to have the motors that are being manufactured out there and the rubber and the smart plating brought into the train station so that we can get it up to this level and build this. So I'm going to go over by where the train station is. I'm going to find the train station again. Okay, there's the train station. Okay, so there's the train station. Hopefully, okay. Is this group play? This is group play, and we've got other people on here now. Who else? We have JoJo playing and Andrastea and Chinko and Malevolo someplace. Are you still playing with us, Robert?
Nope.
Okay.
But you know, I'm popping in and out.
You're lurking.
Yeah. So Whitestone says, continuing the idea of him becoming a YouTuber, he says, the audience is what allows me to continue playing games. If it were not for them, the games I would play would be just for nothing.
Yeah.
Agreed.
It'd just be boring.
In fact, Whitestone, I guess Garrett had seen. Oh gosh, now I'm not remembering the name of the game. It was a game you were playing with one of your friends where you were in truck. You guys had your own vehicles and you were traveling across the wasteland. And I mentioned it to Garrett. And apparently, Garrett had seen it by somebody else, and we're gonna play that game because of you, because it looked like fun.
So what game is that?
Oh, I'll have to look up the name of it. Or Whitestone might know the name. But yeah, you travel across you have to scavenge and build vehicles to travel across the wasteland, and that's all it is. It's just scavenging and building, and yeah, a much smaller game than Satisfactory, but fun.
Andrastea, how you doing? high. Okay, kind of filled in those gaps. So the train station is over there. Wherever the logistics is going to come in, we just need, like I said, we need motors and rubber and smart plating to come up here, and then we can feed the manufacturer. We can feed a row of manufacturers for that matter. Okay, I'm not quite sure who's building trains. Wasn't Jojo building trains out? And is he building trains out in the on the land out here, bringing stuff in, or what? Wow, that's quite the waterfall and quite the wasteland over that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. So Draco asks, when's the next Doc University video coming out?
This Thursday, and Scrap Mechanic is the name of the game you're thinking of, Robert.
Nope. It's a different one. I'll have to look it up real quick.
Oh, okay.
I guess by my description definitely sounded like Scrap Mechanic.
And which video is it that we made for the next Doc University? Do you remember?
Oh, this one's on setting up tractor lines.
Yep, setting up tractors. Tractors for transport. And the next one's hopefully going to be on alternate recipes, which I've been asked for on several occasions. And then, yes, oil and fuel has to come soon. I mean, I can't make them fast enough, is basically the bottom line.
So the game I was thinking of is called Drive Beyond Horizons.
Ah.
And it's a post-apocalyptic game where you're trying to keep your vehicle together, traveling across the landscape.
Okay, Address Day is asking, do we have a plan somewhere? Bit lost on what to do and where. I'm a bit lost on what to do and where as well. I think we're going to call home this area over here next to this round building that's just encasing is simply encasing a big rock. Okay, so this building over here is nothing. So what I'm thinking is that would be our corner post where we start building forward this direction. I'm thinking of putting a manifold of manufacturers over here that will start basically in this area. Need to fill in a bit of here, and so this is where our second level emanated from, Robert. Okay, so we need to cut off building this second level over here and just cut it off underneath this and make sure that this upper part is built up. And we could...
Unless we want to do a nice transition, because it does look like they did build a good entrance and everything there.
Yep, I want to build a transmission, go to foundations here, and I'm going to do concrete foundations here, and concrete there, and put in let's put in a 2-meter ramp here and see. Let's build that 2-meter ramp there. Okay, excuse me. And so there we have a nice, here we have a nice ramp going up to here and a nice transition. So home sweet home. So yeah, this is going to be home. And then
There
we
you
can
go.
go into our observation area here and look at this beautiful rock. We can take this ladder here and go up to the top and review the world. Although the ladder doesn't go all the way up, we're going to have to extend this ladder going up. And somebody else can go ahead and do that. I am going to put some rails on here because I like nice, pretty railing. Put the rails on up to there, and then there across to there. Now we've got a nice path down here. And yes, let's start from this corner post. And start our first major manufacturing here. And we'll start, let's go ahead and leave plenty of space. And I'm going to put a manufacturer down here. And I'm going to have it fed. How many is this producing? So the modular engine produces only 1 per minute. So these right here need smart plating and rubber.
And we already have a lot of motors being made.
I would think so. I would think that we could train in the motors being made already. We should be able to train in the rubber being made already, unless I know I used a lot of rubber to go up the tiers. So can rubber be trained on in? And smart plating, we've been making smart plating for a while, so there's no reason why we couldn't bring those in. They are very low production, so I'm just wondering whether it's whether the output should be on the inside, or the output should be output should be on the outside. And with 3 things here, I would like to put the input on the inside.
Yeah, I
So
think it'll make it a lot simpler for you.
Yeah, I think so. So let's do that. I'm going to put the input right on this edge. So I'm going to put the manufacturer, flipping it around here. I'm going to put the manufacturer right here on this corner. And right here on this corner.
Whitestone thinks he heard something. I don't know what he thinks he heard. But he said, I heard that. Sir Swank says the Foundation blueprints are not working. I'll be checking to see if there are Foundation blueprints. Maybe he made one. Sir Swank, yes, if one member creates it, everybody can see it.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so go ahead and check. There might be a Foundation blueprint already.
And Adrastea or somebody is chopping down trees below me and causing an earthquake. It's really quite interesting that the earthquake could be caused. All right. I'm going to then put mergers in here. Logistics, mergers.
Okay. So Alexa and Kevin are getting oil, sulfur, and coal train coming from the desert. So that's at least part of a plan.
Okay.
Oh, White Sun says, I use headphones with 7.1 surround sound, so I hear a lot of low-level sounds. Cool. What you thinking, Doc?
Well, I'm just trying to make sure that I'm getting this right. I only need 3. Only need 3 inputs.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it, I think.
So that one stays on the ground. Right. Okay, all my my hotkeys got wiped out, it looks like. Little conveyor belt Mark 4. Maxing out a conveyor on this one is going to be a tough sell. I'm going to get 4 per minute coming out of these machines.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's just, there's just no way that it's going to max these out.
And I think with the size you made this, you're not going to have to use lifts at all.
Exactly, with the space that I left. Yeah, I
And
think
one of the many advantages of having a nice big factory.
Exactly.
Cool, cool. So, Doc, do you ever think about or want to try those old games ever again that you used to play back in the day?
Not really. They're just too archaic.
Yeah.
Now, the only place that I might have to have lifts is that the incoming product is going to need to come from a porthole there, and then there, then there.
That's starting to encroach on your little path down there.
Not too much, I don't think.
Good.
Thank you for hooking up power, whoever's helping me. That's address to yeah. And go ahead. We'll go ahead and put a lift. Turn that around. Boom. Turn that around.
Sir Swank says, is that why they called it the Accolade?
You what?
And then laughed. I'm sorry, I don't get the joke. He just says, is that why they call it the Accolade?
Oh, you're walling me off from getting to my own equipment.
Just some safety barriers, that's all.
Yeah. So unauthorized people don't end up in the wrong spot. Okay.
It's Velvet Season said, I got this sash from the Queen of America.
Okay. America doesn't have a queen.
Sir Swank says, arcade, I can't spell. I went to school for numbers, not words.
Went to school for numbers, not words. That's funny.
I like that line a lot.
Okay. Well, as soon as we can actually get power to here, these aren't told what to make yet, so I need to go down here and tell it to make a modular engine.
Cosmoner says, is that a visual bug with your hotbar? Or do you really have nothing bound to the hotbar?
Somehow, I don't have anything bound to my hotbar.
That quote was from the Three Musketeers. I got this sash from the Queen of America. I don't remember that one. Which Three Musketeers version? I've also read the book, but it's been a very, very long time since I read the book. The 1993 Three Musketeers. Let me look that up.
All right.
Oh, that's the good Three Musketeers. Yeah, that's the good one. Huh.
The good one, huh?
Yes, that's the good one.
Oh, neat. Well, wait a minute. What happened to our logistics floor that's supposed to be down here? We need to go figure out where our logistics floor is supposed to come
That's
from.
that's the one with Tim Curry as Cardinal Richelieu.
Tim Curry?
You don't remember this? It was like Kiefer Sutherland, can't remember who else. Kiefer Sutherland was Athos. It's such a good movie.
Okay.
Let me pull up an image for you. I'm sure you'll remember it.
Yeah, probably will. I mean, is this area even got room enough for a logistics floor? I didn't think to check this part out, because there's our logistics floor there. We're gonna have to raise up the logistics floor on this side, probably just with conveyors.
Man, these images are tiny. Okay, Doc, show my screen real quick.
Sure.
That's the Three Musketeers, the good one, with Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah, and the one on the right is
With
Oh yeah.
and with Tim Curry as Cardinal Richelieu.
Okay, Tim Curry. Who's the guy next to Tim Curry? And then is Kiefer Sutherland the lead guy there?
This is Kiefer Sutherland.
And then just to the right of him, I like that guy, and I like the guy next to him.
Yeah, they were all hilarious.
They were all very good.
Yeah, this
and of
was
course,
the good
the
one.
kid plays the comic relief.
Yeah,
You know, and wanting to be part of the Three Musketeers, but there's already three. You can't be a Three Musketeer if you're the fourth one.
yeah. Anyway, as much as they made it, this was such a good movie. It really was. They made several others that weren't nearly as good, including The Man in the Iron Mask. They tried to make it serious, but then they put Pumpkin Face in it, and he's not a serious guy.
Who's Pumpkin Face?
Oh gosh, I can't remember his name.
Pumpkin Face, you call him.
Yes. And people hate me for saying that.
Can't imagine why.
It was 1998. They tried to make it much more serious of a movie. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh,
Okay. But the problem is that Athos, Porthos, and Aramis were not popular. Yes, were not popular characters. We're not
popular
likable
actors.
characters. They were degenerate, living off their old glory. Meh. Like, I just didn't like any of them. Like, Raid says it's also Chris O'Donnell and Charlie Sheen as the other two. There you go. I think it has to do with it's like the book itself was not a comedy. Okay, it was a serious work. But in today's age, or at least in the 90s, making it a fun kids movie that was a bit of a comedy was the best way to project that level of sincerity, I guess, that a serious movie couldn't, because a serious movie had to make them all dark and disgusting and broken people. So, anyway. Okay, Alexa says, I just made the end station and put a train on it. Now I'm going to go make dinner. We'll work on the track and loading later with Kevin. Okay. Train is 10 long locomotive fluid. Oh, gosh. 10 long locomotive. Gosh, locomotive, fluid, cargo, fluid, train. Oof.
Okay, now that's a mouthful.
No, Leonardo DiCaprio is Pumpkin Face.
Oh, is Leonardo DiCaprio
Yep.
Who you call Pumpkin Face?
He may be a great actor, but when he stopped being a teenager, his face just went... I also don't like the guy, but, you know. I don't know, I called him Pumpkin Face like 15 years ago, and Christy got so mad at me. And ever since then, that's the only name I can think of for him.
That is really too funny. Okay.
Yes, she loved Titanic. That's the exact reason why she liked it. She loved Titanic. Titanic came out when she was in high school. She was one of those girls who went to see Titanic like 5 or 6 times in the theater.
I did like Titanic, but I didn't like it that much.
Luckily, Alexa's gone to go make dinner, so I can, you know, express the fact that for a guy my age, Titanic was not the movie.
No, because they made it into a love story.
Yeah, I just know. Hey, Oscar's here. Hey. He says, hey, Doc and fam, how's your day going?
So far, so good.
Oh, no.
I'm breaking all the rules because I haven't gone over to my Gigafactory yet.
He says, I hope it's doing better than mine. My half-brother took his car to the shop where my dad works for an oil change, and the guy forgot to tighten down the oil filter.
Oh, no. You don't drive very far that way.
Well, he says, so it spilled all the oil and seized the motor.
Seized the motor? You didn't realize it was happening until that far?
That's the worst result possible.
No kidding, because that's...
Dang it.
Once you seize the motor, it means that you've destroyed it, basically.
I didn't wait long enough. Alexa heard. Adressea says, I've never seen Titanic, and I avoid where I can movies with Pumpkinhead. The only one I liked with him was Revenant, where he gets mauled by a bear. There you go. See?
Where he gets
someone
mauled
with taste
by a bear. Okay.
Chingo says 5 or 6 times? That's it? Oh, geez. I remember girls and women who went a minimum of 10 times where they were getting their female card. Or, yeah. Spending all their time at the theater. That movie, man. Okay. Catch Me If You Can was fun.
Yes, Catch Me If You Can was probably his best movie.
Now, I have to say a lot of that's due to Tom Hanks. Him and Tom Hanks had good chemistry together. They worked together really well. And to be honest, somebody else mentions Wolf of Wall Street. It leveraged his sliminess, I guess, really, really well. You know, or his cockiness. I should say cockiness. I think that fits him better.
All right. Building a logistics floor underneath where I need the motors and such to come in. So
Okay.
hopefully.
No hairline zone. Says first time seeing you playing. Keep it on.
All right. No hairline zone. What names?
I like it.
I like hearing history of names. Why did you choose that?
Sir Spank says, "Catch Me If You Can" is why I want to become a forensic accountant, but I never did get an accounting degree with criminal justice. Never did, but did get an accounting degree with criminal justice and fraud investigation minors. The character he played in Catch Me If You Can was a real person. It was based on a real story, which was really cool.
Yeah, that is the cool part about it.
Yep. I watched an interview with Frank Abagnale, which was the guy's name, and yeah, interesting dude.
Very interesting guy.
And the monkey says my favorite movie has to be either Truman Show or How I Started World War II.
Truman Show.
That was a good one. Alexa says, but Robert, Titanic is good despite DiCaprio being there, and A Night to Remember is still 10 times better. I have to look up A Night to Remember. That one sounds way too familiar. Are you talking about the 1958 film? Because... never seen it. Oh, okay. That's just another Titanic film that was apparently done a lot better. Ooh. Okay. So Whitestone says, speaking of Oscars issue, says that shop owes you a new engine, but that employee doesn't have a job anymore.
Yeah, probably not.
And Oscar says, I don't know the make and model of the car, but I know the engine was a Hemi type, which
Ooh.
makes them as expensive.
Oh, no kidding.
So that might be why it seized so quickly. The owner agreed to buy a used junkyard engine and cover repairs on it for a year. So Dad just needed to do the swap. And Daishi Azure says, first time watching you play, love the tips you made in the shorts format. Helped me out making my factory run smoother. And the water tower tip was a godsend.
Aha, yep. Okay, yeah, that tip ends up being very good. Okay, so let's keep this going over and getting under. We've got to get under. We got to get under quite a ways over here. Doggone it. We got quite the logistics floor to build here.
And another says, hey, I'm new to the game. How do you handle moving resources long distance early on?
Early on, you have to use conveyors. Just have to keep using conveyors until you finally get other transportation unlocked.
Yep, unfortunately.
And they are incredibly slow conveyors. So basically, the tactic at the beginning is to build your factory close to the resource. So if you needed iron plates, you build it close to the iron mine where you can mine it. And that kind of tactic, and then and then after a while, you get enough resources to build, other forms of transportation.
Watergon says, all that space just for logistics? What kind of amounts are you planning on moving there?
Really, quite a bit.
You want to try out the foundation blueprint, see if it helps you out? I think Sir Swank made it for you.
Okay. Let's see what blueprints there are here. Okay, let's see how many of these.
And placing the first one's a little bit difficult, but after that they snap to each other really nicely.
Yeah, if you change the mode.
You can just point at the wall there, and then press A to nudge it from there. Okay, I have to read what Alexa said because she highlighted the message. She says, I love James Cameron's Titanic because it gives a human perspective, since it plays out from Rose's perspective, and Kate Winslet is my favorite actress of all time. She's amazing, and I love her, and that's the last I'll say on that.
Yeah, I liked the movie for its love story. I really did. It was an enjoyable movie. It just didn't seem to be a historically accurate portrayal of what really was going on.
Who needs history when instead you can tell the story of a young woman throwing away her life for a time on a boat with a stowaway? I mean, come on now. Yes, wow, it's in Titanic. And Icy Knight, good to see ya.
Yeah.
Oh, Whitestone wants to know, can we add the statue blueprints to this game?
Sure, why not?
Alexa says a lot of it is historically accurate, but if you don't know Titanic's story, you miss all the small details because they're not pointed out; they're just there.
Yep. That is probably very, very true. So what's the problem with this one? Why do we suddenly have... Oh, okay, we got airspace above. That's what the deal is.
Oscar says, in response to Wardagon asking why we need such a big logistics floor, Oscar says, it's corporate embezzling 101. They only need about 25% of that space. The other 75% is to inflate the cost of the build that we passed on to the steel plate and concrete factories owned by Doc.
Right. Conspiracy around every corner. All right, let's go see what this does for us. Okay, and here's where they have to go, right there at those three. So I think we've done it, Adrastea. I think we've got here. So we're close enough anyway.
Sure, brother says you have about 40 viewers on YouTube. Great to see things growing, Doc.
Yeah, yeah. Very good to see things growing.
Yeah. Especially on sort of a casual day today, like the first day back after a holiday.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
exactly.
expect to see very many people here. Everybody's catching up at work.
Everybody's catching up on sleep at work.
Quite possibly that too.
Yep.
And Daichi says, I just built 16 fuel power plants and noticed I have power fluctuation due to the last 2 plants of the line not receiving ample supply of fuel. Do I need another water tower or more fuel pipes?
Just a sec. If they're not getting ample amount of fuel, just check your pipes to see if they're full.
I think the first thing that I would try is turn off all the power plants that are full. Just turn them off and let the whole pipeline completely back up. And then turn them back on and see if it empties out or if it stays full.
Yeah, there you go.
And Toby Turney says, just got into Satisfactory, excited to get back to it.
Fantastic. Yeah, there's a lot of people who, they just get interested by seeing a short or something, and then go from there.
Yeah. See, now Raid knew what was coming with the 4th of July. Says, I usually watch while I'm at work, but today I just took the day off. There you go.
Robert, my foot pedal doesn't seem to be working. Are you hearing me?
There it goes.
I don't have the ear button, so... No, I'm still hearing you for some reason.
Yeah, my foot pedal isn't working.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. And New Tough Stuff says, bless you, Doc.
I'm probably going to need to go check where motors are being manufactured and set up the train line myself, because I'm not seeing that part happen. Problem is, I don't want to mess up anybody else's train line that they've already made, so that makes building together a little difficult.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Not wanting to stomp on somebody else's work, you know. Okay. Well, that floor down there is kind of filled out. And what's going on up here? Okay. Conveyors coming out. Bring them to the edge so that we can put a lift down and put them down on the floor here. And then we can work them over toward the train station. So bring it to the edge, yeah. Yep.
Raid says, just merely out of curiosity, why 4-meter instead of 1-meter foundations?
Because somebody started building with 4-meter, and I decided not to object and just do it that way.
Yeah, well, sounds good, like a good enough excuse to me.
Yep. All right. Let's Let's put a lift on there and reverse that.
Ben Gregory says, haven't been on the server for a few days. Anything I could help with if I join?
Oh, very definitely.
Yeah,
We
there's
need
a
help
number
on a
of.
train line right now.
We also have a number of things that just don't have a manifold built for them yet. That you could do.
Okay. And the fix-it word is upside down. When you reverse it, the fix-it word goes upside down. Isn't that
Really?
weird?
Huh. I'm surprised.
Yeah. They're pointed the right direction. Okay.
Oh, address data says 4 meter thick are for roads, 1 meter thick are for factories.
Oh.
That's the theory.
Well, we got 4-meter thick foundations here, so when we put a second floor on here, we'll have to just do 4-meter. Okay. Well, we have quite the logistics floor here, and I don't think we need to build this out any further than this. I can just go up to here and then just continue this here. Okay, so okay, that plugs those holes. Okay, so we've got trains that want to come. Are they coming in this direction? Okay, we've got a train station made by Alexa, but where is your train station coming in here? Make 100 packet fuel, packaged fuel. Yeah, I know Jojo made this one. Where is yours? That's what I'm wondering. And what's it bringing in? What fuel and what?
So Alexa says, Jojo made that one. Look on the map. It's in the north of the desert.
North of the desert. Where's north of the desert? North and
Apparently it's marked on the map. And Volocrum is here, just ready with a party of 2.
all right.
Glad to have you here.
Okay, so is your train station Amsterdam?
Hey, Fulcrum just made affiliate. Awesome.
Good, good.
Very cool. That's exciting.
That is very exciting. Okay, so we have a quartz and silica plant there. We have an oil plant there. And we've got, you know, train stations over here. Quartz and silica storage,
It's something in the top right corner of the map, says Alexa.
which I can't see from where I'm at.
Well,
Okay.
you can move the map.
How?
Middle mouse click. Or right click and move. Left click and drag. There you go.
Oh, so your train station is clear up there?
Holy cow.
Okay.
People have been playing, Doc.
Yeah. Yeah. And we got Alexa over here and Jojo over there. Jojo, you're supposed to be in the factory making train stations. Then again, are you out there trying to make oil with Alexa?
I'm doing coal up there too. It's gonna bring rocket fuel.
Okay.
Cool.
The problem is, okay, am I not seeing the train lines because I've turned something off? Okay.
It's that top one.
Train stations.
They're enabled. You can see stations. You don't ever see lines.
You don't ever see lines on this one? Like you don't ever see conveyors on this one? Okay.
Right. You see those. Only see those in Satisfactory calculator.
All right, so I need to figure out where there is where there are the resources that I need. I'm going to go ahead and continue building this out over the
Okie doke.
balls so I can get these actually get these trains to be useful.
Sounds good.
And it's 12:30. We only have a half hour. We're racing to the finish.
Yeah, not
Today
much
has
time.
gone fast.
Yeah, that's Monday for you, I guess.
Yep. And unfortunately, I've got to go cut down some more trees after I get done here.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, stuff for the other septic?
Not the other septic. No, the
Oh, for the well.
for the well.
Yeah.
See, building a house means you got to have water. You got to have a place for your bathrooms, the septic tank, and then you have to have air conditioning. And each of those require a specialized contractor to do those things for you. So we're working on getting those services in. In fact, and electricity. I need to call the electric company before I leave here to tell them we're done with what they've asked us to do, and they can come out again and tell us that they can hook us up, or tell us that we have more to do. One of the two. It'll be one of the two.
Cool.
Okay. Well, I think we're down. We're over the flat enough that we can go ahead and start moving downward. Don't you think? So, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for the 1 meter ramp going down.
Jojo asked if I could put the world map up on Satisfactory calculator before the end of the stream, and yeah, I think that will work just fine. We could do that.
I wonder if Callie's going to just keep wanting more and more attention um, because of Mittens being sick.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that over the weekend. Usually Callie and Mittens, they actually fight quite a bit, but they also settle down and will sleep together, and Mittens has not been wanting to be social at all. So,
Yeah.
so GV asks, is this a public server?
Not public, it's for members. And members of either YouTube or subscribers in Twitch can play with us. And that's what's kind of going on right now is we're... Oh, we got an aurora going on here. All those nice colors in the sky and a Saturn-like planet up there going by. Pretty cool. I like the colors. I like what they've done with this whole world. All right, I do have a little bit of rough terrain to go over here. But I need to find... Oh, we got a nice little lake over here that we can extract some water from if we need to. I just need to go find where motors are being built and start a train station from there. A few things have to be created here, don't you think?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, right.
Yeah.
These stacks of multicolored containers. Okay. Those are a component that I need to have right there. Nope. Adaptive control unit. Adaptive control unit needs those. So I might as well. Okay, now I've identified the adaptive control. You're getting crazy there, Cat. Okay. Otidi Kagna. Hi there. Glad to have you with us. We're building a train line and we're trying to identify several products. So that we can build the modular engine and the adaptive control unit. This is one of them. So we're gonna... The problem is these storage units, is this the end of the storage? If that's the end of it right here, we can easily take a conveyor out from here, which I'm just gonna run a conveyor out from it here.
That's the input.
No, that's an output.
What? No, that's an input.
Okay, what green arrows am I seeing from the other one then?
Yeah. The
Okay.
next one down is the output. And Deadeye says, I didn't know you streamed. I love your guides.
Yep, I do stream. Satisfactory at least twice a week. and then we have fun streaming a little bit of Minecraft on Thursday, and members can join our filming session that we have on Fridays. So there's the adaptive control units. They need to be one thing that goes onto the train station. So, and here's motors, and that an exit going into that. Going into that, this is the input there, the output there. So I'm going to have to take down this and put a smart splitter on it, and put overflow into here. So I'm going to have to destroy that a little bit. So I need to smart splitter time. That would be down here. Smart splitter.
Okay, Benjamin Bennett says, with Satisfactory coming to console near future, what's one of the biggest tips you'd give to all your potential new players coming soon?
Interesting. Enjoy the journey. I don't know that there's really any tips to give. There we go. Don't know that there's any real tips to give except the tips that we publish regularly. You know, enjoy what you do, and you know, go take a break and go do something else when you feel a bit overwhelmed, which you will get overwhelmed at a certain point. Okay, so the right output is going to be overflow, and center output's going to be any, and dimensional depot time.
Alexa
Wait.
says, here's a great tip. Watch all the shorts and sub to Ducks University.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's a great way to look at it. Those lined up or what? They look like they're lined up. And put it from there into there. Okay, the dimensional depot is hooked back up, and we've got motors. Now, how many motors do I have in my tags because of all this? Oh, not too bad. Okay. So we've got those, we got motors, and need to destroy that. What else? Okay, I need to find what else. Need to find smart plating and rubber, folks. Where's the smart plating? Do I have smart plating anywhere? Let's look around this factory, see if I have smart plating someplace. Yes, I have smart plating right there. And that's incoming. And that's outgoing, going into this one. And Going up. Going up, up. Oh my heavens sakes alive, folks.
Is that enough storage?
Well, it's plenty of storage. It'll keep us supplied for a good long time.
Mm-hmm.
And of course it keeps the lines running. So where's my output? Yes, my output is here. Dimensional depot is down there. Okay.
Jingo says smart plating should also be up there too if you haven't found it.
Yeah, I found the smart plating.
Okay.
The problem is getting it down because the last container is high.
Quite. Sir Swank says, here's an idea. Doc should give us milestone projects that are not like strictly fix-it projects. The doc will sync those projects after we achieve the doc goal. Something to keep the game going past just milestones.
Oh. That's an interesting concept. Okay, I've wrapped the smart plating around to there. And now I will take a lift, attach it to there, and bring it down. It needs to go that direction. Okay. Is somebody saying something funny again?
Yeah.
Okay, there's the smart plating. Okay. Let's see what other part I need. Okay, need rubber. Where am I going to get rubber from? Do we have rubber traversing the map any place? Motors and smart wiring and smart plating. What else do we have over here? That really should come to the factory anyway, regardless. Versatile framework. Okay, let's look up here at this. All right, we don't have anything else that I need here. The engines, the smart plating, and I grabbed the automated wiring. Okay, does anybody know You want to be the lawnmower. Okay, not quite sure what that comment is about.
No, just before it Raid says, I want to join the server just so I can collect the leaves that are sticking up through the foundations.
Be the lawn. He'll be the maintenance guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I've managed to get these 3 products. If I open up the map, is there an oil plant up here yet? Concrete. There's oil right there. Oil just up the coast. And this one must not be named yet. Okay, I need to train those down probably by themselves to get the rubber.
Mhm.
And, okay, I want to see what the adaptive control unit, else the adaptive control unit needs. Are there heavy modular frames here or just modular frames? And then I got to figure out where the computers and the circuit boards are being built. Okay, well, I've got a train that can be loaded with 3 products at this point. Hi, bunny ears. All right, the Otter joined with us today. Hi
Oh,
there.
hey. Oh, I haven't seen that helmet before.
Yeah, I haven't either. It's
Very
quite
nice.
quite cute. Quite cute. Okay, let us build a... I want to build a train platform, but I want it to... Oh, I'm not going to make it. Okay, now... I think I built the platform coming over there. Okay, I'm going to build a train platform right here. Starting
Oh,
with...
it's one of the 1.1 helms. Oh, okay, so it's brand new. Very cool.
Okay. And let's build a train, folks. Actually, let's put the train station this side. Alrighty, let's build freight platforms. We'll build 3 freight platforms at this point. And we will point their inputs going that direction. We will make sure that this one gets flipped. Good. And there.
Excuse me. Temporary. We should be back. Hopefully. OBS says we are reconnected.
OBS disconnected. God damn it.
Yeah, first time today. Okay, hopefully everybody finds us again pretty quick. They usually do.
Belt is too steep. Doggone it.
Yeah, but we had 55 people on Twitch and 44 on YouTube. So we were just about 100 people. Unfortunately. Yeah, the regulars are used to it, says Address there. Yep. Unfortunately, we live out in the country. And unfortunately, we are on satellite. And if we weren't on satellite, we wouldn't have any internet at all. So, it means some temporary outages sometimes.
All right. This is going to go to the first input here. Bingo. And what? What? I got it.
What's the problem?
I attached to the wrong one.
Oh. Yup.
I'm climbing back up. I know it's, not counted as work time when I ride a conveyor, but, we'll just deal with it. Okay, this one has to go to the second platform.
Alexa says, so Doc, Robert, how was your micro break?
That was our micro break, huh?
Yeah, that's what it was. We just got a micro break.
You said you had 55 viewers before. Now we got 58. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So, Gondor, is it just YouTube that it resets? Because Twitch picks up the moment you go live again. They both do pick it up and just go live with the old link. YouTube typically lags a little bit more because they like a longer buffer. But yeah, they both kind of blink and stuff for a little bit. So
and YouTube generally will just freeze and then come back.
Yeah.
So it's Twitch that starts over the counter completely over again.
yeah, on their end they see no difference. On our end, we see there's an issue. So.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
For them, it just
So in
stutters
other
and
words,
comes
we
right
didn't-
back. So.
We didn't really lose anybody because they really didn't notice anything.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, which is kind of nice.
All right,
Glad to see the regulars know.
I have those 3 products loading into the train platform up here.
Cool.
The train will continue going that direction. It'll probably be a roundabout train, in other words, a loop rather than there and back. I mean, this is cool. I love seeing conveyor belts moving stuff.
Absolutely.
It's just always fun. Okay, I still, for the adaptive control unit, I still need to find where computers and where circuit boards are being built. I would like to add circuit boards and computers to this train and have them all go together. So I'm going to go out in search of computers and see where they're being made. Okay.
Okay.
This
Well-
whole factory complex, I think, is all part of that list that was given to me.
Doc,
so-
it is 1 o'clock.
Oh, really? Well, I live with expectations, which means I have to live on a schedule, which means that I'm done for the day. So what I want to do is I want to take, for anybody that wants to stay on and continue my legacy here, I want to take this.
Your legacy.
Yeah, not a good way to call it. Take this train line and continue building it out, and head over to here where you see the ramp, and modify the ramp as needed to make the train smooth as you need it to be. The train doesn't have to go all the way down here to the ground to catch this, but it needs to go up there and connect with those trains going in there, one of those train lines, and then expand that train station on the other end of this. Expand this train station on the other end of this to handle the 4 cars at least at this point. You might have to put the station at the other end. In fact, I know you will. You'll have to delete the train station that's there and put it at the other end. And then we'll continue it and have it come on out and around, and it might pick up to some other things. So if you're good at trains, have at it. Let's see what you can do and connect this train station up with the factory and start having stuff delivered there. Okay. So thank you for joining, Fotita Cagna. That's pretty interesting name. Thank you. Appreciate you being here, and continue playing if you want. I just have to get on to creating a place for a well to be dug, and that's the next most important thing for our household here. And we'll look forward to seeing everybody later. Thanks for everybody for coming, for the members that joined YouTube, and for the subscribers that joined Twitch. We went from 81 subscribers to 87 subscribers during the live stream. Appreciate that for Twitch. I don't have a count on numbers of members that joined.
But I tell you what, they reminded us that we can raid somebody.
Yes, let's please do.
Sir Swank would like us to raid Total Eclipse, so how about we do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's see. I gotta
With the
figure out how to do it
27
again.
that are left,
Yeah,
people started bailing.
unfortunately.
Doc,
We're at
please
32.
stay,
I'm
don't
trying to
go.
figure out.
Thank you, Deadeye. Appreciate the comment there. New tough stuff. Thanks for the entertainment.
There we go. Raid and Total Eclipse. Let's see if he's here.
See if he's live.
Yeah, he's got 200 people here.
Fantastic. 200.
Yeah, he's got 200 people watching him at the moment.
Fantastic.
Yeah, we will send you guys over to Total Eclipse, and I'll get the link and send that over to Twitch as well.
To YouTube, you mean?
To YouTube as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we just bumped up from 27 to 33 viewers. Okay, gaming with Doc used. Is that what the command you do for rating?
Yeah, there's a button interface to do it. So we'll see you guys later. Okay.
Talk to you later. Bye bye. See you tomorrow, in fact.